Cross River State in south of Nigeria is a home of tourism, from the soaring plateaus of the mountaintops of Obaliku to the rainforest of Afi, from the waterfalls of Abuja and Kwa to the sprawling Oxbow Calabar River, its biggest street party in Nigeria, not forgotten, the Calabar Residency Museum, as well as the Calabar Slave Park. One can hardly have enough of the state when it comes to tourism. At the peak of all these treasure, however, is the Obudu Mountain Resort. If there was ever a need to go for a family vacation, disappear for a few days from your busy schedule, treat your wife to a spectacular honeymoon, or even decide to live a little by giving yourself a treat, Obudu Mountain Resort is undoubtedly the first choice destination. It is indeed God's gift to Nigeria and the world.
Obudu is God's gift to the world, but more so nature's gift to Cross River State. What the founding fathers of the new Cross River State have done is to change Obudu and represent it as a gift to Nigerians and to the world. Today in the Obudu Mountain Resort, we have the icon of our tourism initiative, the flagship of our tourism drive, and of course, our best foot forward in conference tourism, in leisure tourism, and what have you.
Obudu Mountain Resort, formerly known as Obudu Cattle Ranch, is located in Obaliku local government area in northeastern part of Cross River State and boasts of both a spectacle and climate that cannot be equated with any other tourist destination in this part of the world. As a flagship tourist destination in the country, it has attracted millions of tourists, particularly from 2005, when it announced its arrival on the world stage with the launching of the annual Obudu Mountain Race. Even before its transformation to a tourist destination of choice by the Donald Duke administration in the early 2004, this wonderful work of nature is a desirable sight to behold. The entire landscape is breathtaking, beautiful, and exhilarating, with a meandering road from the base to the top of the plateau, which has been estimated to be 1,600 meters above sea level. No matter the time of the year you visit the ranch, you are surely going to be held spellbound by this wonderful work of nature. The decision to tap into this gold mine has since turned the place into an exotic world-class paradise amidst technology, nature, and human network. Starting with the provision of state-of-the-art accommodation to all class of people, from ordinary tourists and fun seekers to presidents and kings. The intervention indeed raised the profile of Obodu to such an extent that a former president of this country could not hide his joy during his visits over a decade ago, as he was seen clapping and dancing with the local community members.
This is happening in the lifetime of Obasanjo. This is happening when we take tourism as one of the 6 areas of development in this country. And that is information-based global craft and all the things that go with it. You see it at the bottom, bottom of the hill, now on the hill, top of the hill. All of it to the honor and glory of God, who put it in the government and all those who have been instrumental to bring this about. For the pleasure and enjoyment of those who will make use of it, their relaxation and satisfaction, and for the welfare and well-being of everybody who will work here. So be it.
To make the peak of the resort accessible, a snake-like winding road, which further accentuates the beauty of the place. The road had 20 twists and turns from the ground level to the peak of the mountain for easy and safe navigation of the entire area. Safety signposts have been provided at strategic positions to guide the tourists. Nature has also endowed this heaven with a very rich and lush vegetation all year round. For instance, the Beteve Nature Reserve, which is as old as the ranch itself, occupied a central position among the endowments at the top of the plateau, covering several kilometers. This rainforest, which boasts of a rich flora and fauna, has been well protected over the years to further enhance the status of the reserve without altering the vegetation. A medium-sized canopy walkway has been added to further thrill the visitors.
We have now started to enter the montane forest. This is a typical description of a montane forest. A montane forest, all the trees and all the plants, the shrubs, they all grow at the same time, including the closed canopy. The difference between a montane forest and a rainforest is like that in the rainforest, only the closed canopy that exists. The underground is always open, and that's the reason why you cannot find bigger animals in the montane forest, because in the montane forest it's very thick, all the plants grows at the same time. While in the rainforest you can find bigger animals like elephants, buffaloes. You can also find them in the bigger forest, because in those areas the forest is open and they can go. They don't allow younger trees to come, except there is a lock for a big tree to die before they can open the area for the sun to come in, allow another tree to grow again.
The desire to maintain the natural state has also impacted on some of the waterfalls, which have been integrated into the tourism master plan of the resort. To this end, a grotto has been created around one of such waterfalls to offer tourists an opportunity either to hang around the waterfall or even swim in the adjoining natural swimming pool created from the waterfall.
You are now getting closer and you are coming to the grotto. This is the grotto picnic point where you can come and have your lunch with your family during picnic time, the picnic point. That word grotto is just to show you an area with more caves like those caves you are seeing. But what you will enjoy in grotto is the natural waterfall that is following. I can tell you that that's a description of a cataract. A cataract also in another word is any water that flows very sharp and fast. It's a cataract. Any bedrock flowing river is a cataract.
One unique feature of the various intervention added to the place is the accommodation of the natives in their villages within the entire area.
I feel happy as an indigenous of this place, being from this part of the country, Baliku and World respectively. I'm happy for the creation of this natural beauty by God, and I'm so happy because it has drawn thousands of people around the world to this place, even those I was not opportune to see. I've seen the likes of Charles Taylor. I've seen people like Walese Nka, great Nigerians in this village, which some other person in the city are not opportune to be seen. So I'm happy with this surrounding that God has given to us.
The environment is benefiting me with the vegetation we have, like the forest trees. The area that we have is quite different from the one other people have. We don't have a lot of heat. The weather is not hot. It's always normal to the body, and it's very good to our health.
Formerly, I was doing Okada that time. Then after Okada, I bought a taxi. So I've been taking people to ranch for sightseeing, going from Abuja to up here.
Thus, the presence of the villagers going about their daily routine, indifferent towards the weather, thereby offering tourists opportunity to have an idea of what life is like under such climates. To appreciate the weather, a typical day could be so foggy that visibility will be practically impossible, particularly at the top of the ranch, which is inhabited by both the villagers and visitors alike.
During rainy season, it's plenty of rain. It can fall in one hour time, it falls, it stops, it falls again. During this time, we face difficulties even to go to farm because of much rain. During dry season, we have mud time, but the mud time don't last much. Very soon we'll have heat period. But here you will not feel too heat, you will have average weather. But it is one of the plateau that is very cool. But here is the base of the mountain. So here the weather at times used to be normal during dry season. But during rainy season we have plenty of rainfall.
We produce our own food ourselves. Like our soil is very fertile, though it's a mountainous area, but it's very fertile. In other places, they do till heat before they plant something like cassava, yams. But in our own area, we plant cassava, we just weed, and then we plant cassava. And actually, it will be very well, it will produce very well. So I believe God has really blessed the land.
For instance, our crew was so amazed by what the weather is like around 2 p.m. Thus, our decision to take these shots around 2 in the afternoon. One of the fascinating addition to this wonder of the world, which has since placed it on the world map, is the biggest cable car in sub-Saharan Africa.
The icing on the cake of Obudu, which is our flagship, is of course the cable car. The cable car is an attraction and a means of transport, but it is more of an attraction because it is the first cable car in all of Black Africa, not minding the fact that South Africa, Cape Town, has a cable car that is just about 1,000 meters span, There are some distance between the towers that are 1,000 plus meters. The cable car can transport 240 people in 15 minutes up the mountains instead of the regular 35-40 minutes you'll be experiencing if you went driving through the winding road. We have the alternative for the winding road for those who are scared of heights, dangling from that level. But I tell you, this is an attraction for women and children. And anywhere you can find women and children, you definitely find the men there.
The project will not only attract the best brains in the industry to the country, it equally changed some of their perception about Nigeria and indeed Africa.
Have to use our experience about from 1989. The first time we used a helicopter in Papua New Guinea, in Australia, in Singapore, Taiwan, and Philippines, and Australia. At last we're at home, at Nigeria. Supposed to make it a good job and to be friends with you and to get all communication good and to be a cooperate for our common success.
The last trip was the most, for me, challenging, most exciting of all my life, believe me. I mean, there's nothing else to say. I'm just very happy that the job is done, and that's the most important for me. That's all.
I had a very bad impression about Africa. My second visit is Nigeria. It changed everything. I'm very happy to work here, and I like the people here, and I like everybody who is working with us. Thank you, everybody.
The completion of the project has since been ensuring a thrilling moment for tourists flocking to Abuja. From the takeoff point on this journey to the end of the trip, the visitors are assured of a complete and fascinating view of the entire ranch. Indeed, the construction of this modern amenity marks the turning point in the tourism industry in Cross River State and by extension in Nigeria. The undulating nature of the entire landscape reveals the beauty of Abuja Mountain to every visitor. Whichever part of the plain you turn your gaze, you're beholden by the allure of this breathtaking spectacle. For instance, at the Holy Mountain area, when the weather is clement and the visibility is very good, you are confronted with enchanting plains as far as Cameroon Mountains.
We are now on the Holy Mountain. At this particular spot we are standing is the point where the community was set during the First World War. That was in 1914 to 1918. Though the Germans were not in Nigeria, but since this place is very close to Cameroon, the Germans were in Cameroon and they used this terrain as their point to stay and strike in Cameroon. So within the mountain area where the community was staying, they always go there to kill them and push them off. But the one that was staying at this very spot till from 1914 to 1918, nobody was tampered with. That's the reason why they know that it's a holy place. It's one of the most beautiful spots within the mountain for people that want to come and relax. Because at this point, if you now find out if the weather was clear, you will find out that you see more than 2-3 different waterfalls. Also the beginning of the Kakamanda National Park Forest in Cameroon, and also the Cameroon environment.
It is therefore not surprising that visitors are ever attracted to these resorts.
I want to tell you, let's say 95% of our expectation. This is a beautiful place to be, and in fact, going around it as we just look at some of the facilities, we can boast of this kind of place in Nigeria and in Cross River State.
We thank God for the beautiful implantation He gave us in this part of the world, and my gratitude goes to God firstly, and then secondly to the white man that discovered this place as far back as 1957, and even the guys that brought the idea of converting a pathway that farmers usually use in trekking here up the ranch to a road that was a one-way road. Before now, they used to have a one-way road, and when you come to the bottom hill, as it normally was called, you now have to telephone up. In 1982, when my parents came here first, they had to telephone up and get clearance that no vehicle is coming down. And that is when they now start climbing. And once they start climbing, no other vehicle will be allowed from up to come down. So by the 1989, 1990, the decision came to expand the route so that you can accommodate other vehicles that can go two ways, except with 5 places. There are 5 points where it's only one vehicle that can actually pass. I think it's a wonderful thing. So first we give glory to God. Second, we give glory to man's ingenuity of trying to tap this type of environment. In fact, 20 U-bends up is breathtaking.
One other discovery in the course of exploration is the fact that nature could be very intriguing. Or how else do you describe the fact that nature could afford to either hide its treasure or reveal shame, as exemplified by experience? When we had to wait for a while for some of these beauties to unfold. Another effort at enhancing the visibility of the entire project is the inauguration of the Abuja Ranch International Mountain Race in 2005. Thanks to the topography of the area, the 11.25 kilometer running competition takes place annually and has been rated as the world's richest mountain race for both men and women, with a total prize money of $280,000 for both categories. Our surgeon round the entire place revealed the rigorous nature of the race, considering the twists and turns of the path for the race. That the villagers and residents are happy about this natural endowment is not in doubt, as it has placed the area on the world map in tourism. The hospitality and cleanliness of the people of the state is equally being integrated into various tourist attractions scattered across the state to turn the place into Africa's #1 tourist destination.
We want to become the #1 destination in all of Africa because we are that already in Nigeria. But we believe if we do this, take on our sub-region, which is West Africa, and lead them with this oversupply of our products, then we would have been there.
As the nation strives to diversify its economy, certainly Obudu Mountain Resort can be a major foreign exchange earner, since it can compete favorably with any destination of choice in the world. Any tourist that has not visited this peace heaven is still missing a lot. So let Obudu be your next port of call on your next holiday, and you can be assured of a lifetime experience in this great country called Nigeria.
And to be friends with you, and to get all communication good, and to be appropriate for our common success.
There's nothing else to say. I'm just very happy that the job is done, and that's the most important for me. That's all.
I had a very bad impression about Africa. My second visit is Nigeria. It changed everything.
War is an evil net that traps the innocent and the guilty. War is a wildfire that spreads beyond the quenching efforts of men. The weak, the strong, the rich, the poor, even the unborn will have no identity. Tribes and tongues and religions will no longer make any meaning at all. Knowledge will fail you. The economy will be grounded. Your political connections will be useless. And life in general will be stranded if not ended.
Manipulators, troublemakers, and table shakers will not be exempted.
That's why we must make peace the only option in Nigeria. Join us in one love to preach peace in all the 36 states in Nigeria, including for peaceful engagements, through town hall meetings, rallies, and unity concerts. Remember, the two strongest warriors are patient and trust. Make peace the only option now.
This message is brought to you by the Ambassador of Voice for Change Initiative, supported by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, and the Federal Capital Territory.
Naysayers have recently ramped up their criticism of the Buhari administration for borrowing. These critics are very insincere. We do not borrow for recurrent expenditure, neither do we borrow to pay salaries. We are borrowing to build world-class infrastructure that will benefit generations of Nigerians. And we have a lot to show for the loans we have taken. Today, the standard gauge rail line between Lagos and Ibadan are running very well. Today, we have new airport terminals in Abuja, in Kano, in Lagos and Port Harcourt. Today, the Itakpe-Warri rail line that was abandoned for decades is now running. Today, we have run over 13,000 kilometers of federal roads under repair, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. There's a road project in every state today. Today, we have started the countdown to when the second Niger Bridge, which successive administrations have built only on paper, will be completed. The list of projects we are handling with the loans we obtained is long.
You see a young lady who is in school and he comes back with a form that is 250.
Who gave you? So for those who are about to get married and those who are newly married, have proper sex education classes where people are told what to do.
There's a very thin line between self-esteem and, you know, getting your end result and people saying things that will now hurt your feelings.
Yeah, technology today has made things quite easy. I went through the depression of anxiety of separation and so on. However, using technology,
a lot of us forget to carry our menstrual pads along. We are so excited. This is something that is so important, but for some reason we forget.
JFK once said, "Ask not what your country will do for you, rather what you will do for your country." This typifies selfless service to mankind, including our colleagues, friends, neighbors, and even family members. Unfortunately, Federal government cautions ASU against disobedience to court order.
Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room calls for issue-based campaigns for next year's elections.
ICAO Council, Qatar to partner Nigeria on establishment of African Aviation and Aerospace University in Abuja.
And Good Morning Nigeria today, we continue our conversation on Nigeria at 62 with a focus on Nigeria's gifts to the world.
Now, since before Nigeria gained independence, Nigerians have been moving to other nations in search of one legitimate job or the other, either academically or for greener pasture, obviously.
Now, from the Americas to Europe, from Asia to Australia and other African nations, there's no continent of the world, at least continent fully inhabited, because you have the Arctic and the Antarctica, that way we don't find Nigerians striving to make a living and, more importantly, contribute to the development of their host nations.
I know, obviously, you can find Nigerians in the Antarctica too. Actually, there's no way we are not, if we are not there, it's not a place to be. And available records indicate that over 17 million Nigerians are living abroad, pursuing various careers in different fields of human development, such as healthcare, science and technology, ICT, education, sports, the creative industry, and agriculture, as well as politics, among others, contributing immensely to the socio-economic and political development of their host countries.
Now, analysts say that Nigerians make up a high percentage of educated, skilled labor globally, and they occupy significant positions of authority and influence in multinational corporations and other organizations and industries, thereby becoming veritable engines for growth and development.
Now, President Buhari, at a meeting with leaders of Nigerian community in Japan, said he is personally very happy that there are millions of Nigerians all over the world who are truly making a mark at making Nigeria proud, describing the majority of Nigerians in diaspora as the face of Nigeria globally and ambassadors for good.
Now, in a paper on Nigerians in the diaspora, strengths and challenges in pursuit of national development, the chairman and chief executive officer of NIDCOM, that's Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Adabu, said Nigeria has proud stories to share of our diaspora nationals, many of whom are doing very well in their chosen professions and careers.
Now, perhaps this marvelous performance is being reflected on the Diaspora Remittances, which is estimated at more than $20 billion annually, making Nigeria the 5th largest receiver of diaspora remittances in the world.
Now, what are the factors, as it were, responsible for Nigerian exploits abroad, and what could also be done to encourage them to excel and facilitate brain gain, as it were, for the country? And then how will the nation's foreign policy be tinkered with to make them a positive bridge between Nigeria and the rest of the world? Well, these are some of the issues that we intend to interrogate as we continue our series on Nigeria 62, with a focus, as we said earlier, on Nigeria's gifts to the world. Now, aside from the fact that Nigeria has human capital outside of its shores, we also have to recall the impact and influence of Nigeria's foreign policy.
Yes, exactly.
We recall, for instance, that when Nigeria gained independence, Tafawa Balewa, who was, of course, the Prime Minister in 1960, made a declaration that Nigeria's independence would not be fully meaningful unless and until the rest of the African continent gained independence.
Yeah.
And then we saw how that manifested in the push for decolonization of the African continent. Nigeria played a critical role in the independence of Zimbabwe, played a tremendous role in the independence of Namibia, and of course
South Africa
was also a source of great change in apartheid South Africa. Not, of course, to speak of the stabilization that Nigeria has brought to the West African sub-region. We saw what we did with ECOWAS, and then we also saw what we did with ECOMOG, following, of course, the civil war in Liberia.
And then we have
after mentioned over Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, as well as, of course, several other entities. So these are issues we shall be taking a look at as we continue to celebrate Nigeria at 62. It's Good Morning Nigeria. Of course, we are live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Slightly chilly this morning, all about 21 degrees when I was coming in. My name is Kingsley Osadolo. Welcome to the program.
And I'm Juma Yusuf. Welcome to the first edition of the program on NTA network, and we're live in Abuja. And we have our complimentary segments in the course of the program. But for now, let's join Comfort Ahmadu for the morning news. Hello, Comfort. Happy Independence.
Happy Independence, Jumay and Kingsley. Good morning, Nigerians. Here's the news highlight. The federal government has advised the Academic Staff Union of Universities to cease taking laws into its hands by directing its member to continue with the 8-month-old strike in defiance of the interlocutory injunction by National Industrial Court, which restrained the union from further action. In a statement, the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, said a new directive by ASU exhorting its members to continue with action is an unwarranted lawlessness, noting that the federal government strongly frowns at this. Ngige accused the leadership of the union of misinforming and misleading its members and warned of consequences of contempt of court order. He said that the union is dishonest in misleading its members and the general public, that it has filed an appeal as well as stay of execution of the order of National Industrial Court issued on September 21, 2022, though it has none of this. The statement also denied reports that the minister walked out on the meeting between the House of Representatives and ASU last Thursday, 29th of September. It said the minister left the meeting to attend to other pressing matters with the permission of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, after making his presentation. Patriots at the 2022 Independence Day Leadership Dialogue Series have urged Nigerians to keep having faith in the fatherland, stressing that for leaders to emerge, citizens must reinvent themselves for a new Nigeria.
If Nigeria desires to take its rightful place among the community of nations, it must commit full throttle to finding leadership solutions.
But the starting point is, of course, to love Nigerians. What is happening is that there is lack of patriotism, commitment to the nation, and submission to the will of the people.
In other news, floods caused by torrential rainfall have claimed some lives in Kwamba community in Suleja local government area of Niger State. The community is calling on government and well-meaning Nigerians for interventions to cushion the impact of the disaster.
Whenever there's heavy rainfall, it is to disturb. So when the water was rushing to their home, they were now afraid that the water will eat them up. So they now rushed out. And this very house you are seeing, they were pleading with them that they should come there. And I said, no, let them rush to the school where it is more safer. So in their process, when they were going, that was where the water now came with force and picked the two children with the father. So the mother was not trying to help so that they will be saved from it. Before no, she too, the water now took her away and took them to where they call Padama Abuchi. That's where they went and saw their dead body.
Let's talk politics now. Katsina State Police Command has held a meeting with chairmen of political parties, security agencies and the Independent National Electoral Commission on the need for peaceful conduct during the ongoing campaigns for presidential and National Assembly elections.
Ensuring sustenance of peace. Change begins with me. If all of us change, security will not out. That's the better news.
And with the commencement of campaigns for the 2023 elections, politicians have been advised to make their campaigns issue-based and present sound and convincing proposals on alternative solutions to issues that are of utmost concern to Nigerians. The advice is from the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room.
We are going to be watching keenly who is violating and what laws, who have been held accountable. We will demand accountability for every step of the way. To the citizens, Situation Room has observed that the activities of party supporters on the social media, we have observed that and advised supporters to desist from cyberbullying and other forms of online intimidation.
The president of the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO's Council, Salvatore Sacchitano, has restated the commitment of the organization to partner Nigeria in the establishment and provision of funding for the faculty of the African Aviation and Aerospace University in Abuja, the first of its kind in Africa for training managers in the aviation industry. The Council's president gave the assurance when Nigeria's Minister of Aviation, Hadi Sirika, led the country's delegation to the 41st General Assembly of the organization to his office at the ICAO headquarters in Montreal, Canada, where he promised to support the manpower needs of member nations in order to service and manage the ever-expanding aviation industry. Also, Qatari Minister of Transport is excited to partner with Nigeria through providing some funding and training of its manpower in the university, noting that it will further deepen the relationship between the two countries. Having a hitch-free census process and credible data outcome in the face of the country's security challenges continues to be on the front burner, the latest being a meeting of statisticians with the National Population Commission on the consequences of security challenges and the 2023 census.
We are going to use locals. We are going to enhance our recruitment so that people work within the context of their localities. They know their danger areas and how to approach them. The one critical thing is that nobody will be left behind.
That's the news for now. Good Morning Nigeria continues with Jume and Kinsley after this break. Good morning.
Oh, that John! Wetin come bring all of una come hospital?
Well, we just come to make we collect our second dose of COVID vaccine.
For your pregnant wife?
Madam, women wey get belle and women wey dey breastfeed dey strong for people wey suppose collect the vaccination because e go protect them and their pikin from to catch the virus plus e dey safe well well. That na the reason why me sef I carry my lovely wife come so that make she forget bed without protection join. E be like say our turn don reach. Madam Naija, people follow me no road. Try collect the vaccine because it will protect your pikin from COVID-19 plus all your family members and your neighbors sef. Now that's a big road o. Shey you no go follow rumor road.
My name is Dr. Chinonso Egemba. Then they call me Aproko Doctor. The COVID-19 vaccine na ogbonge way to take protect you and your family from wahala, sickness and death from COVID-19. To get your own free COVID-19 vaccine, sharply go any healthcare facility wey near you.
This life that we are ready to keep a calm and peaceful sleep.
Removes mosquitoes so you can sleep a calm and peaceful sleep. Good night, Electric.
Wake up the champion in your child. Give them energy to go further. Milo Active Go and the natural goodness of malt, milk, and cocoa helps wake up the champion in your child. Milo!
A new edition of TV Guide is out, featuring an impeccable personality with purposeful leadership, Alhaji Muhammad Mitakobi, the Executive National President of Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria.
In 774 local governments to be able to put all our structures in everywhere. I'll be able to bring the retained members together to reconcile them to come and work for the progress of the association.
Welcome to a world of full excitement as we also present an assemblage of professionals in the media space. Some compelling NTA programs, current trends in the fashion world, ICT, sports, entertainment, and lots more. Get a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
The Ministry of Police Affairs under my watch has been instrumental to strengthening Nigerian police force to tackle challenges in the internal security architecture of the nation. To effectively achieve its mandate to protect lives and property within Nigeria, the Nigerian police have deployed operational intelligence and the ICT-based apparatus to tackle and stem the tide of crime and criminality. Some of these efforts include the maximization of the Force Intelligence Bureau, Intelligence Response Team, and Special Tactical Squads through utilization of emergency contacts via the NPF Rescue Me application for emergency response at the top of a button.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture. Our pastors, our imams, in every church, in every mosque, please realize that in the course of praying for peaceful and transparent elections, we all have duties beyond prayers. If we want a stable society before, during, and after the elections, what should you be saying to those that worship with you? All Sundays and all Fridays, you are saddled with the responsibility of bringing up good generations. It is therefore your duty to both man and God to ensure peace all the time, no matter about elections alone. People talk to people and people listen. Talk to your followers. Make them listen to ensure peaceful 2023 elections. This message is from the National Orientation Agency. Zimbabwe International Farms, located in Adamawa State, was commissioned as one of the largest solar power dairy factories in West Africa. In collaboration with Providus Bank, targets over 150 liters of dairy milk processing. Launched in 1982, the farm is focused on dairy milk production, horticulture, and agriculture. Zimbabwe products have been government licensed for export since 2001. Zimbabwe Farms is the maker of Admiral Yogurt with over 8,000 staff across the value chain. Zimbabwe International Farms, second to none in dairy products.
You're welcome back. You're still on to Good Morning Nigeria. Nigeria Export Promotion Council and Center for Promotion of Imports from Developing Countries, CBI Netherlands, collaborates towards creating market linkages for Nigeria's producers of shea butter to European cosmetic markets. Details on Business News with Comfort Ahmadu.
Nigeria is recognized as one of the largest shea butter producers in the world. The shea butter industry, mostly dominated by small-scale businesses, especially women, seems to be a gold mine that is attracting the attention of the European market. To make a significant impact in Nigeria's shea industry, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council is including this highly valued product in its priority value chains for global promotion.
In order to scale up the knowledge and information acquired under the initiative, processing facilities are established in 4 centers, which today have led to the proliferation of best practices, traceabilities, and investment in both small and large processing facilities across the country.
We can really work on not talking about potential in 2025, but really looking at increased exports, increased linkages to the European Union, increased linkages regionally, more processing here in the country, more value added, more certified products.
And the Council is equally building the capacity of entrepreneurs and exporters towards understanding export, documentation, registration, procedures, and certification process.
Getting the export certificate is one, but then getting certificates, getting your products or services certified is another step. And that's what we're taking them through. For instance, if you want to sell certain products, you would have to have some markets to say you need to be organic certified. You don't just say it's organic, there has to be a certification for it. Now, there are processes for that to happen.
Quite a number of people are getting sensitized and aware of our activities daily, and the information available to them today will help them upscale their knowledge, their skill to be able to compete favorably with their counterparts in the international markets.
Thank you very much, Comfort, for the business package. Up next, newspaper review.
Welcome back to the newspaper review, and Kinsley, you begin?
Yes, we have the leadership newspaper as well as the blueprint newspapers. On the front page of the leadership newspaper, above the main flag, you have stories on politics. Machina, that's the kicker. APC's planned appeal, waste of time. That's according to the lawyers. El-Rufai condemns lynching of two headers in Birugwari. And then below the nameplate, you have a number of headlines there. One is on the economy. It says 32.5% CRR, that's cash reserve ratio. Central Bank takes out 7 trillion naira from banks' vaults. Declare your assets before leaving office, Serap tells President Muhammadu Buhari. The next story says, after Abuja parley with Atiku, Uke, Makinde, Otom, Bazu, Uguayu meet and weigh options. And of course, you have a number of riders there. That's part of efforts to resolve the internal crisis in the PDP. It says, fail to reach agreement to hold more consultations after Enugu closed door meeting. And at leadership Twitter spaces, Wike Camp says they've been vindicated by 151 million naira returned by PDP NWC members. Crisis in CBB, that's Code of Conduct Bureau, as commissioners accuse chairman of blocking investigations. You have details of that on page 6. 4 journalists make National Honors Award list. Fina wins BB Nigeria's 7 reality TV show. And of course, you have a photograph from the colorful parade at the Independence Day celebrations at Radio Square on Saturday. So those are the headlines from the front page of the leadership newspaper.
Yeah, and then we have the blueprint newspaper, and just below the masthead, we have after failed Supreme Court bid, Dongban Nelson urges lawyers to appeal as appeal court justices, to apply as appeal court justices. And the headlines we have in the blueprint newspaper: 2023, police train pilots, maintenance officers on aerial surveillance with riders from London. Tinubu dismisses death rumor, appoints Masari Wamako Buni campaign advisors. PDP sure of presidential victory. That's coming from the PDP presidential candidate Abubakar Atiku. And at the side piece of the feature story, you see there, man stabs rival to death over lover girl in Adamawa. Alleged corruption, CCB chair to appear before Senate committee on Thursday. Hospital delivers mentally challenged women of twins in Ekiti. At the bottom plate of the blueprint newspaper, NUPRC under fire in Senate over reallocation of Atala oil field. At the bottom plate, death toll in Ilori flood hit 6, 2 youth down catching fish. Investors spend 45 billion on stock September. We will not succumb to pressure to further devalue the naira. That's coming from the CBN.
Appeal Tribunal upholds PDP's Mekalongo as AMAC chair. And NNPC deepens retail outlet, acquires Orlando marketing brand. Let's go.
Did you say Orlando or
Orlando, actually. Orlando marketing brand.
Well, we have a number of stories around that acquisition, that NNPC has further deepened its acquisitions in the retail segment of oil and gas business by acquiring Orlando. A number of the Orlando stations in the Federal Capital Territory have been, of course, repainted and are wearing the new logo of NNPC.
Limited.
Whatever the numbers are, whatever the motivation is, good luck to NNPC. It's not a private entity, but I think that the greater interest of Nigerians would be for the question to be answered. Of what use is it to be acquiring retail stations where you are selling imported petroleum products? That's the key thing. I mean, nobody says. I believe that the downstream sector is already populated by Nigerians. You have Ipman, you have a number of these other entities. Now NNPC has acquired all of Orlando, even though Orlando had some issues a couple of years ago with the Securities and Exchange Commission. But the key thing to productivity is what is your local refining capacity. Crude oil is a valuable resource still, but the many derivatives from crude oil are what we should be looking at. Ordinarily, I know, as I said, nobody wants to hear that you have 2 billion liters of petrol, you have 100 tankers at the Lagos port, where they are offloading at Atlas Corp. We want to hear that refineries, which are undergoing rehabilitation now, are fully back on stream, or that you have invested in new refineries for purposes of refining your crude oil. I think that will be the bigger story, really, not the acquisition of retail outlets. Yes. Well, there's also the story about the National Honours List as part of Nigeria's independence anniversary celebration, 62nd independence anniversary, and today, of course, is the national holiday here in Nigeria. The October 1 celebration was on Saturday. It was a colorful ceremony at Eagle Square. President Muhammadu Buhari was there along with Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. And interestingly, you also had former President Goodluck Jonathan, who was also there. And I think I cited also former head of state, military head of state, General Abusalamu Abubakar, who was also there, of course, along with other dignitaries. The colorful ceremony, President Muhammadu Buhari addressed the nation in his broadcast on that morning before the Eagle Square parade. And of course, he did express the fact that he feels the pains of Nigerians, and the pains are many, but that a number of efforts are also being taken to soften the pains and ensure that things do get better. He also indicated that he has, to a considerable extent, fulfilled the promises that he made to Nigerians. Yes, in 2015, when he first assumed office, and this, of course, is his last Independence Day celebration as President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic. And next year, of course, with the 2023 elections done on doorstep, of course, the Nigeria will have a new leader. So as part of the Independence Day celebration, there's been an announcement of some 437 nominees for the conferment of various national honors. And I think that what is striking, apart from the headline we read about 4 journalists making the National Honours List, very quickly, let's look at those journalists who have made those media practitioners who will say, who have made the National Honours List. One of them, of course, is our own Yakubu Ibn Mohammed, most recently Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority. He's a veteran broadcaster, and is going to be conferred with the honor of the Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON. That is also the category under which Femi Adesina, presidential spokesman, falls. You also have the incumbent president of the NUJ, Chris Isiguzo, as well, who's getting MFR. That's a member of the Federal Republic. And then we also have a former president of the Guild of Editors, Halilu Dantier. He's from Kano. He will be receiving the member of the Order of the Niger, MON. So those are the media practitioners who have made the national honors list, 437 of them. There are, of course, some foreigners who are also amongst them. One more time, Yakubu Ibn Muhammad, most recently Director General of the NTA, will be receiving the OON.
Congratulations to him.
Yeah, congratulations to him. Yes, his tenure, of course, ended in May this year.
Yes.
I think we also know that 5 persons have been listed for the award of the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON. This is the second highest national honor. And usually, of course, it's on the day of his inauguration, the vice president is bestowed with that honor. The president, of course, if he didn't previously have it, will also be bestowed with GCFR, which is the highest national honor, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic. But we've had a number of shall we say, private citizens who have been bestowed with the GCON title. For instance, businessman Aliko Dangote is received the honor, along, of course, with the Globe magnate Abeluga, who also received a band at the same time with him. So, but in this latest list of the nominees for the award, 2 women feature. I've been trying to set out in my head. They're not necessarily the first, because it would make them that, because we had Justice Mukhtar Aloma, who was the Chief Justice of the Federation at the time, first female Chief Justice. But Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala will be getting it, as well as Abina Mohammed, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. So
the Boa company too.
I think the national, the Chief Justice of the Federation, Areola, will also be getting it, along with the incumbent Senate President Ahmed Lawan. They are the ones who have been shortlisted amongst the honorees. There have been some comments made as to why this and why that. Typically, every list of national honorees that is released normally will generate a broad range of comments of approval and disapproval. Why this? Why not this? The national honors will not often be exhausted. There will be other opportunities to honor other deserving Nigerians. Do you know?
Yes, I know. That's about what we have on the newspaper review this morning.
Well, before we take off, I know we'll have a story in our sports segment. There was a major disaster in Indonesia at the weekend. Poor crowd control. There was a clash of 2 rival teams in Indonesia. The home team was defeated 3-2, and then the crowd, spectators poured onto the street, fired the tear gas, and is scrambling to get out of the stadium. There was a crush at the exit point. 174. That's a major national disaster, not just for Indonesia, but for the world of football itself, because over the years, FIFA has introduced stricter measures of crowd control in order to avoid this kind of disaster. Our hearts go out to the families of those who lost their loved ones. They went to the stadium to enjoy themselves and to be entertained by their respective teams, but unfortunately now they've been having to count the body bags. 174 of them. That is quite it's a huge disaster, and I'm sure that FIFA is going to announce a number of new measures. We're probably not going to have time to discuss that today, Jumai. There's a report that appeared at the weekend, and this is quite worrisome. It's in Lagos, that the authorities in Lagos picked up some children who were being used for purposes of begging. And what happened? That these children were injected with chemicals so that their tummies will be swollen. And then they made them, of course, more appealing, as it were, to alms givers. This is a very serious issue. It is inhuman, it is criminal, and whatever it is, I think that the authorities will have to look into that. Plus, the other story, and this is more worrisome, a medical doctor has been arrested. He was at Kayama General Hospital in Kwara State. He was picked up in Edo State where he had also committed an offense, but at the hospital where he was in Kayama local government in Kwara State, he had allegedly murdered two women. One of them his girlfriend, another one a married woman.
And the time in his office.
Is alleged to have killed her and then buried her in the office, and then the body of the married woman was found in a dustbin. Probably a very serious psychiatric case, but I'm sure it's a running story that we'll have the opportunity of discussing some other time.
Yes. And well, that's about what we have on the newspaper review. We'll now take a break. When we return, our conversation on Nigeria's gift to the world will begin. Don't go away.
Bye, Mom.
He's going to play in this weather. Why did you let him go? He might fall ill. And if he doesn't go out for practice, how will he win more trophies? To protect our family from illness-causing germs during the rainy season, we use Dettol soap every day.
Dettol with Germ Defense gives you protection. Rainy season brings a lot of germs, and Dettol soap's Germ Defense protects you from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Dettol soap is endorsed by the Nigerian Medical Association. Be Dettol soap.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household in safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
We are all Nigerians. Against all odds, we shall and must remain united. We may have our challenges, our problems, and setbacks. However, together we shall overcome them all. What doesn't break us shall make us stronger. This is the mindset that shall bring peace, progress, and prosperity to our beloved country. Do not let tribal and religious sentiments govern how you think, act, or feel. Don't be influenced by those who want to destroy our precious national unity. Everybody who's a Nigerian is your brother and your sister. This is the mindset of the new Nigeria. It is also the mindset that we must all adopt. Let us support each other in creating the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
What we face mostly now are flashes of cowardly attacks from the rump of groups that have been routed in one location or the other, moving to another to give the false impression that they are still strong. Our ultimate goal is to eliminate them altogether and restore total and lasting peace over every inch of the Nigerian soil. Sounding tall, we take it home. We are determined to ensure that every inch of the Nigerian soil is safe. That determination is there. The order has been given. Very we shall continue to protect the lives and property of Nigerians and foreigners in our midst. We shall continue to work for the peace of the nation and deter elements that constitute threats to the people. We shall bear the full powers of the government to secure every inch of our land. We shall not rest until peace is fully restored to Nigeria.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Welcome back. Now, since independence in the 1960s, millions of Nigerians have been scattered all over the globe as Nigeria's greatest and biggest exports to the world, distinguishing themselves professionally and individually. Mohammed Meta gives us an insight into Nigeria's gift to the world.
As Nigeria attains 62 years of her journey to nationhood, Nigeria has faced many challenges in her drive to achieve greatness. However, not all stories are bad about the country, as many Nigerians are excelling in their various fields of human endeavors at the global stage. Over 17 million Nigerians living in different parts of the world in pursuit of greener pasture, with many of them distinguishing themselves professionally and individually. Proudly, Nigerians have constituted high number of skilled workforce and occupy top positions of authority in multinational companies, industries and organizations worldwide. And this explains how Nigerians in diaspora play a critical role with their wealth of experience, exposure and vast human network to socio-economic development of the host country they are residing in. While acknowledging the contributions of diasporans in the fields of agriculture, health, education, ICT, healthcare delivery, and many more, President Muhammadu Buhari has proudly expressed his happiness witnessing laudable achievements of Nigerians in diaspora at a meeting in Japan, describing them as good ambassadors of the country. Analysts believe Nigeria has a considerable percentage of human assets abroad, which they described as the greatest and biggest exports to the world. Records indicate that diaspora remittances running to billions of dollars annually contribute significantly to Nigeria's GDP, in addition to bring gain for their fatherland. Presently, more Nigerians move out of the country almost on daily basis, especially in the health and education sectors, in addition to those who are seeking to further their academic programs. What are the opportunities abound abroad, and how can Nigeria harness their potentials for the success of future generations? And what must be done to ensure brain gain instead of brain drain for the country? These and more guests shall be talking about.
And joining us in the studio this morning is Ambassador Bulus Lulu, former Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And also in the Abuja studio is Dr. Sule Akubobasi, Secretary, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NITCOM. You're welcome to Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you,
It's a pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you, Nigerians. All right, we have two other guests who are joining us for today's conversation via Zoom. From Lagos, we'd like to welcome Professor Erosa Osaga, is Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, NIA, Victoria Land in Lagos. Professor Osaga, we're glad to have you this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. And also joining this conversation via Zoom from Islamabad is Ambassador Dauda Danladi, Nigeria's former High Commissioner to Pakistan. Ambassador Danladi, we're glad to have you with us on the program today.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Nigerians.
All right, gentlemen, we have to apologize that amongst the guests there is no gender balance, but of course my colleague Jumai makes up for that sufficiently in our opinion. So, but one more time again, we apologize for that. But of course, all our four guests are very experienced and competent as to discuss the issue of Nigeria at 62. And our focus this morning is on Nigeria's gifts to the world. And gentlemen, let's take a look at this from, if you may, the corporate level as well as the individual level. A background report was talking about the individual contributions of Nigerians who have gone outside and are excelling in their various professions. But we do know that at the corporate level, Nigeria has made tremendous commitments and, as it were, gifted the world with not just a number of ideas and proposals, but also with its resources. Can we contextualize this on the occasion of Nigeria's 62nd independence anniversary? Ambassador Buduslono, let's begin with you.
Well, thank you very much, Kingsley, and thank you, Jumaid, and everyone on this program this morning. It is always a delight to be part of this program. And one should also say happy independence anniversary to all of us. We need to begin on this note because for the past 62 years, Nigeria has been an independent country. And it is because the country is independent that, Kingsley, you are talking about our gift to the world. If you look at our place in the world, you will discover that we are the largest country with the largest people of African stock. And so that in itself is a gift because you account for a significant population that makes up the world. Secondly, at our independence in 1960, as we were being pronounced independent, Nigeria sent a contingent to the Congo for peacekeeping. That was where then even the force commander, our first military head of state, General Ironsi, commanded that force. And part of that contingent too, we had another person who rose to become not only military head of state, but he was also the one who ushered in the Fourth Republic as president in 1991. And I'm talking of no less a person here than Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. So if in 1960 Nigeria made a statement at the global level, it is this that has given the country the limelight. And if you like, people have come to expect of Nigeria. Our place in Africa is without contest. We are also the most populous country on the continent, and we have provided dynamic leadership. But this, I would say, we must not beat our chest because we've not been consistent when it comes to the issue of leadership for the country on the continent. And then, of course, in the sub-region, there is no debate about it. If you talk about Liberia, you talk about Sierra Leone, you talk about many other troubled spots. The resolution of these would not have been possible without the involvement of Nigeria. And these, I believe, lay the foundation for us to talk about the gift that Nigeria has given to the world and to us as a country.
Indeed, even before then, even before the expenditure to Congo, I believe Nigerians have participated in the Second World War itself. As well. And a lot of them came out triumphant, and they were recognized as a force to reckon with even before independence. Let's have your take on Nigeria's participation in world affairs, looking at our foreign policy itself. How have we been able to implement some of those policies and guidelines to Nigerians in diaspora for them to know that they are important to the growth of this country, even from far away?
Thank you very much. Ambassador has said Nigeria has the population in Africa, and if you find every 4 black people anywhere in the world, one is a Nigerian. The estimate as of now is that we have over 17 million Nigerians in the diaspora. It's an estimate. I believe it will be much, much more than that. when you consider Nigerians on the route on Hajj by road. That is in Chad Republic, in the Sudan, and along that corridor. The present administration of President Muhammadu Buhari enacted the Nigerians in Diaspora Bill into being by the establishment of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission in 2017, and the commission took off in 2019. President Buhari has a 3-point diaspora agenda in which he challenges Nigerians in the diaspora, first of all, to be our ambassadors by their comportment, by their actions, and by their activities. He also challenges them to excel and be the best in whatever they do, whether it is in ICT, in sports, in entertainment, in engineering, in the health sector, in the services industry, and in all other facets of human development. And thirdly, he challenges them that while they are out there, remember the world today is a globalized village, they should not forget home. They should remember home, they should invest at home, they should give back of their resources, of their talents, of their skills, and also of their global exposure. Because sometimes sitting at home and looking at issues locally can be very myopic. But when you are out there and you see how the world is run and how global best practices are brought to bear on solving issues, it can also be brought back here. And so we are not just looking at brain drain, we are looking at brain gain and also brain circulation. The world is a global village. Thank you.
Dr. Bassi, I know you're not a medical doctor, but when you say when we studied biology, what we do was blood circulation. Blood circulation. Very interesting and sometimes very complex topic in biology. But this morning you have gifted our viewers blood circulation. But I hope our viewers will also say that doesn't result in some instability. But of course, that would be a great one for all of us. But that's lovely. Now, let's bring in Professor Erosa Osawa, who DG of the Institute of International Affairs. Of course, he previously and still is Professor of Post-Science at the University of Ibadan, had been Vice Chancellor of Ibadan University. Now, Professor Osawa, again, looking at it on the corporate level, what is your assessment of the value of Nigeria's independence, as it were, as a gift to the rest of the world, basically from the concentric circles, West Africa, ECOWAS, and so on and so forth? Has this been meaningful to others as well?
Thank you very much. I think that the ambassadors have laid the foundation for this very important discussion. At the corporate level, the world has identified Nigeria and acknowledged its importance as perhaps the biggest player in Africa. I mean, you think of all of the things that have happened post-independence in Africa. Let's focus, for instance, on the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. This was a process that Nigeria led all through, using the platform of the United Nations, using the platform of the Commonwealth of Nations, using many other strategies to draw attention to the evil of apartheid, and also to insist, in accordance with the mandate of the old Organization of African Unity, that the whole of Africa would not be liberated until every inch of African soil had been liberated. Now, that was a big thing, and I think Nigeria scored a great deal in doing that. Now, think of the independence of Angola and Mozambique and Zimbabwe and the roles that Nigeria played. I remember that, in the case of Zimbabwe, Nigeria not only ensured that that took place, but also set some things aside to ensure that the new country, the newly independent country, found its foundations and bearings. Now, in acknowledgement, Nigeria was made an honorary frontline state, even though we're very far from the theater of war in the liberation processes in Southern Africa. I mean, that's very huge. Now, think of the great things that Nigeria has done in terms of exporting human resources and manpower to the rest of Africa, almost on the basis of, shoring up capacities. Now, for instance, Nigeria was invited to have the Chief Justice of Gambia, Nigerian was Chief Justice of Malawi, and so on. And many other Nigerians, have played their roles all over Africa. Think of the technical aid, program that Nigeria also has, which has been of such immense benefit, to the rest of the continent. Now think of the trust fund that Nigeria had at the African Development Bank, and the many instances of support that several African countries in need. Think of the roles of Nigeria in ECOWAS and the AU for that matter. But focus on ECOWAS for 1 minute. I think the world has also come to recognize that Nigeria is not just a leader but also a balancing factor in the subcontinent and in Africa as a whole. Now, if you go beyond Africa, think of the World Court of Justice at The Hague. We've had Nigerians who have served the world in such great capacities. The Oyamas, we've had Teslim Elias, we've had Chief Machibola, and I think of the international what we call today global governance, and how Nigerians, like Simeon and Bebo, have been in the forefront. Not to mention the things that we have done for the Commonwealth of Nations, whose high point, of course, was the emergence of Chief Emeka Ayo as the Secretary General. Now, so in all of this, in addition to the peacekeeping roles that have distinguished Nigeria so very prominently, I think that as a corporate entity, the world recognizes that Nigeria is a great gift to the world. I mean, you only have to be reminded of how the world sees Nigeria as a country of very resourceful people. And people remember Nigeria, as a country, that has led the literary world, for instance, the Shoyinkas, the Chinachebes, the Chimamandas of the present generation. All of these people have showed the world, different ways in which things can be done. And most recently, Nigeria has extended the frontiers of, its gifts to the world through sports, through music, through the Nollywood. All of these things are great gifts to the world. Not to mention the things that we have also seen. Nigerians have, done several other things at the level of individual countries in the Caribbean. The other day I was listening to an important debate, in Barbados, and one of the prime ministers of the Caribbean countries, I think it was Antigua, was saying that now that Nigerians have come in large numbers to that country, they have the foundation to excel. And that, of course, that wherever Nigerians have gone, they have brought their enterprise to bear, they brought, their skills and all of those things. So we are recognized the world over as a country that is of immense lesson to not only Africa, but also the world at large. And I think that, people have always said, if the world expected so much from Africa and the global south, for that matter, it has to begin from Nigeria. That would be my initial thing at the corporate level. But I hope that as we go on, we'll get a little more critical perspectives on this gift to the world, whose opposite, is a loss. So we have to balance between the loss and the losses.
Indeed, Professor Osagi, you have to look at the critical aspects to, Nigerians are making a headway wherever we go, and the potentials of Nigerians on the international scene cannot be overemphasized. Let's go to Ambassador Danladi, who is in Islamabad and is joining us via Zoom in Pakistan. You've listened to the guests in the studio here, and you've seen how Nigerians are making, including yourself, making headway on the international scene. Let's have your take on how Nigeria is the gift to the world before we get to the critical parts of it. Okay, it's like he has gone off for a while. He'll be back. The Zoom network is not very steady, but we'll return to him in the course of the program. I'll come back to you, Ambassador. From music,
right,
to Earth, to space, to NASA,
right,
we are all over the place. I remember when Nigeria was called, part of the shithole countries by Donald Trump, then the president of the USA. I remember watching an episode of Farid Zakaria's program on CNN, where he outlined and itemized Nigeria's contribution to the US itself. This is just a tip of the iceberg, because the world is such a big place. Nigerians are not people that can be ignored wherever they are. Don't we have some negative news coming from there? But we are conquering frontiers, which most people assumed we couldn't conquer them.
Right.
Let's talk about that.
Well, again, one should feel very proud to be a Nigerian, because our endowment in many respects is unequaled. But I think sometimes it is this great endowment that also creates in us a feeling of grantedness, and therefore complacency, and equally at times arrogance, unfortunately. But let's look at the positive side first. In what we've heard this morning, and what you also said about the place of Nigeria and Nigerians, no one, even our worst enemy, can deny the achievements of Nigeria. For how long has Nigeria been exporting crude oil? And where is the place of crude oil in the global economy? Let's not forget that contribution. And there is hardly a field of human endeavor today that you would not find one or several Nigerians who have made significant contributions. So whether you are talking about intellect, and in other areas too, you would see and know when a Nigerian is in a place. They are not easily intimidated. When it comes to managing, we are good managers. And equally, we are compassionate people. And that is why during the heydays of apartheid in South Africa and colonialism around the world, Nigeria put her foot in the front and committed almost everything that it had for the sake of what? The liberation of those who were under oppression. And this then, if you say, is not an achievement, then what should be the measure for a people's achievement? And as a country, internally, we are well endowed. Our population is a gift, natural resources, a gift, our climate and environment, a gift, even though today we are facing some existential challenges, some of our own making and others not of our making. But on the whole, I believe if the history of mankind is written, Nigeria will find a mention in that history.
Right. right. Thank you very much, Ambassador Lulu. Now, we understand that Ambassador Dauda Danladi is back online now via Zoom from Islamabad, Pakistan, where at some point he was Nigeria's High Commissioner. Ambassador Danladi, in your opinion, what has Nigeria gifted the world?
Let me start by saying I'm glad to see my boss, Ambassador Bulus Lolo, on this panel. I'm here in Islamabad actually to consulate with our good people the field.
All right. Oh, sure. Well, it looks like the bandwidth is low, and that's why we're having the audio distortion. Our engineers, of course, will advise on the best way to go around that, so that we can get the views of Ambassador Dauda Danladi. Now, let's come back to the studios. Dr. Bassi, in itemizing the range of gifts of Nigeria to the world, Professor Osawa, in addition, of course, to concurring with what your good self and Ambassador Bulus had earlier said with regard to the foreign policy component and all the items in there, he drew our attention to other areas. He mentioned sports, he mentioned entertainment, which of course you could break down into Nollywood and then break down into music. Nollywood is something that's been on for about 30 years. But he also said something, and I think that it is useful to interrogate this, if you may. He said something about Nigeria's gifts of literature to the world. And if you started that from the African continent, it was the crop of Nigerian writers that started the African writers series. If you read, and I'm here, a young person go and find out, the Hannibal series of African writers. Tibo Achebe, Wele Shoyinka, John Pepera, Shipra Nekwensi, you need the Zainab Al-Khali, all of them. And suddenly, there was a boom that the world now paid attention to African literature written by Africans for a global audience.
Telling African story.
Telling the African story. How significant is this as part of Nigeria's, if you may, intangible but almost immortal gift to the world?
Thank you very much. I think this even culminated into the first Nobel laureate in literature from Africa, Professor Wole Soyinka, being recognized worldwide. And Nigeria's intellectual capacity is unsurpassed. Forget about the Donald Trumps of this world that doesn't recognize intellect. But you remember when Donald Trump made that comment, former President Obama came on board to say that if you remove Nigerian consultant medical doctors from the United States health services, that health services will collapse overnight. And ditto if you go to the UK. Nigerians, especially those in the diaspora, are rated as the most educated human beings you can find anywhere. They have minimum master's degrees. They are in all kinds of research institutes and universities globally and are doing very, very excellently well. The Nigerian can-do spirit is there in all sectors of human development, be it engineering, be it the health sector, be it the literature sector, like you said. A Nigerian never say die. That's the statement we say in local parlance, never say die. And when I was in the UK at Cranfield Institute of Technology, we had a statement that if you go anywhere in the world and you do not find a Nigerian, do not stay there. Do not stay there, because it means there is no enterprise there. And believe you me, some of our colleagues then, were found in far away places like Papua New Guinea. And from London, it's 24 hours flight. And we couldn't just fathom how somebody will be on the aeroplane for 24 hours. And Nigerians are there in the University of Papua Guinea doing very, very well up till today as we are talking. And is it South Africa? Is it Russia? Is it Uzbekistan? In Ukraine, you saw the number of Nigerians, not only as students, but also as lecturers and businessmen, married with children and entrepreneurs and others. Kingsley, let me also tell you that recently we found out that a Nigerian professor of oil and gas was in Iceland for 25 years. Wow. In Iceland, you have 9 months of winter and 3 months of summer. And he was there as a professor of oil and gas. Working in that kind of situation. Yeah. So probably by the time people start staying in the moon, we'll find Nigerians also.
That would be definite yes to that.
Nigerians also.
Even on Mars, we'll find Nigerians there.
And for us in the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, there is no day that is the same. Every day you wake up, you are receiving telephone calls, and technology, by the way, has made our work very, very straightforward. People are calling from all over the world, asking for one questions or the other on investment opportunities, on how they can give back or how they can engage with Nigeria. In as much as we are having the Japa phenomena, which is a phenomena for youths going out, we are also having what I call the Paja phenomena. Those that are coming back. And even here in Abuja, in the past 1 year, several medical doctors have come back and established world-class hospitals.
That's right.
Here in Abuja, they are providing employment, they are providing services, and first-class services. We can't mention their names because it's like advertisement. But there are people that are also coming back and reinvesting and helping in the ICT sector, in agriculture, in transportation, And
that's what you call Baja.
You made the mention of because of NITCAM, a lot of Nigerians in diaspora who hitherto didn't know how to reach out to the country have been reaching out to you with one complaint or one way of trying to harness their potentials back home. How have you been able to work with Nigerians in diaspora, connect with them, look for them outside? Because I know you'll be looking for some of them while some are looking for you at the same time, because we are making impact. So how have you been harnessing their potentials back home in Nigeria? Because I see that their remittances were above the NTA itself.
Thank you very much. The creation of NITCAM is specific to engage with the Nigerians in the diaspora, so that the trust deficit that seem to have led some of them to go out to the diaspora is broken and re-established, that they are part and parcel of our population. And our development story will consist not only of Nigerians in country, but also of Nigerians out there. And many of them have been given back. Like you mentioned, the Diaspora Remittances. It was 25 billion in 2019. In 2020, because of the COVID, it went down to 17 billion. But in 2021, which is last year, it has picked up again to $20 billion. And this is monies that come through official channels. There are also other monies that are not declared, that are also part of the remittances. So when we say $20 billion remittances, we may be talking about something like 30-40 billion, because there are the unrecorded parts that are also part of it. Now, in engaging with them, many are looking for opportunities to engage and with the Nigerian economy. And before, there was no dedicated agency for that. But now, because if you leave home, like we say up north here, for 2-3 days, by the time you are coming back home has also left you. So you need somebody to hold your hands and to guide you, show you where to register at CAC for your business to take off, show you where the potentials are, like Ambassador said, guide you to where you are not duped or you are not misled, because there are other diaspora people that have come and have misled into things that are very untoward. So NIDCOM is there as a one-stop agency to assist and to guide. We've also spread out to the states, because we discovered diaspora are more happy to link up with their states of domicile. And so in 33 states and the FCT, we have state diaspora focal point officers who are on the ground to guide, to lead, to help the diaspora to invest and to engage, even if they are coming for charitable purposes, because a lot of them come and do charitable works by giving palliatives and others to their communities. You need somebody on the ground to guide them, and we are involved in that. And I tell you, Nigerians in the diaspora are contributing immensely to the economy of the country. The diaspora home remittances impacted nearly 6.3% of our GDP, and almost 83% of our national budget on a year-to-year basis.
Okay. All right, Dr. Bassett, thanks. We will return again to the diaspora contribution and what more needs to be done. I want to return to Professor Osara. Professor Osara, before we get into maybe the opportunity cost of Nigeria's gifts to the world, help our viewers understand the spirit behind Nigeria's gifts, if you may. Take a look, for instance, right from the very first year of our independence, we were involved in peacekeeping efforts. That one grew to become what we also did with ECOWAS. We were there in Lebanon, in different parts of the world. Nigeria continues to make contributions to peacekeeping efforts. But Nigeria was also, as it were, right there at the moments of creation. For instance, the creation of the OAU, and then the transformation of AAU to AU. Nigeria was also one of the creators of ECOWAS. And Nigeria has played a tremendous role in the Commonwealth, the non-aligned movement, and of course the United Nations system itself. Is it a sense of manifest destiny that has driven Nigeria to do this, or that the world, I don't know, just help our viewers understand how Nigeria has got involved in all of this, and its voice was heard and its influence became manifest in these multilateral institutions?
Well, thank you. I'm sure that you subscribe to the manifest destiny thesis, which is a very useful crucible for analyzing Nigeria's contributions to global development and collective prosperity. I think that the point has been made that the world acknowledges that if Africa, indeed the black race, is to contribute its quota to human development, Nigeria has to take it. I think for the reasons that you have said, which would summarize under that rubric of manifest destiny, Nigeria is well positioned to do the kinds of things that the world expects of Nigeria. And let's even extend that a little bit to say that when we are dealing with issues of a global nature, it is Nigeria that is the anchor point, for many of these countries. But it's useful to say that almost from the beginning, Nigeria recognized multilateral institutions as a key platform for strengthening the kinds of contributions that we can make. And if you look at the United Nations, as a whole, you look at the AU, you look at ECOWAS, you look at the kinds of things that Nigeria has done in the non-aligned movement, as you say, in OPEC, for instance, in all of these, multilateral organizations, what Nigeria has insisted upon is this is the better way to move, because what one country cannot do alone, many countries acting together and in concert can do. Let me remind us that, at some point in the 1980s, we're there talking about the concept of William House. Again, this was one of the ways of strengthening the capacity of countries like Nigeria that were non-aligned at the time, but were increasingly becoming major actors in global affairs. To see how. So this was a forerunner to the BRICS that we think of today, the Mint, and the Group of 17. All of these multilateral agencies that Nigeria is at the forefront of pursuing. But having said that, let me say that our manifest destiny appears to have been at its zenith that long ago, and those who look at us would say it looks like there's been some decline. Is it because Nigeria has become less manifestly destined, to play those roles? It is not so. I think that the world is changing, and in this changing world, we also have to adapt, and innovate. And I think that what we're doing with, the diaspora community is one of the ways in which we are adapting to this whole process. Let us put this in proper context. Diaspora contributions to countries' growth and development is something that is well recognized in the theory and practice of international relations. Look through Asia. See the kinds of things that the Indians have done, the Pakistanis have done, the things the Chinese have done. Because the diaspora communities have been at the forefront of pushing this sense. But let me just make one quick point so we don't miss this one. As a people, I'm sure that many of us who are listening to this program, who are watching us today, are so of the kinds of things we are saying, that they are indeed have been Nigerians. Kingsley, you talked about the African Writers series and how that helped to mainstream literature from Africa, including the Caribbean. Now, is it for us as one of the ways of strengthening the contributions that we are talking about, these gains, the gifts to the world, is it possible to look for ways of documenting these things, so that people can be properly guided and know that they will belong to a country that we should be very proud of? I mean, to say things about, what, Dick Tiger did, bringing the world's title to Nigeria and to Africa, those very early beginnings, those kinds of things need to be documented. And I think that, when we talk about history serving policy, these are the kinds of things we need to lay proper foundations for this sense, so people can be properly guided. But just to return to the point I was beginning to make, which is that, in terms of, our corporate, gifts to the world, most recently, we have witnessed what you might regard as some decline. These things are tied to capacities that we have. These things are tied to citizen diplomacy. These things are tied to our economic, prosperity. And once these things are not at their zenith, then the corporate things begin to reduce. In other words, I'm saying that today it is more on the individual side than on the corporate side, and it is that individual side that is pushing the frontiers, of our gifts to the world. And I'm hoping, that even the Diaspora Commission itself will do the kinds of things that they have done in India over the years, over the ages, to see how these things can be properly streamlined and consolidated. Remembering, and this is the key point, remembering that the push and pull effects, that have sent people out to join the diaspora are not things that we have really been in control of. People have left in droves. I think somebody talked about the Japan movement, that's the new face of all of this. We didn't send these people, abroad. So we need to, retool them and bring them back, to see that this is where it is, by telling the stories of all the things that diaspora communities have done. It is good that they have embraced. The remittances can even do more. But we need to work harder at doing those things that will let them know that every movement out of the country can be a gift to the world, can be the world's gain, but it's also a loss to our country. Our capacities have declined in very critical sectors. Medicine is one of them, precisely because people are tempted to migrate and to vote with their feet, as they say. Many of our young people take the risk of going through the Mediterranean, going through the deserts, just so that they can get to the El Dorado that they think moving abroad will be. Now, in all of these things, we need to pause and say, is it possible now to begin to say these opportunity costs? How can we, if not reverse them, how can we properly balance them? And I think that the things that the ambassador talked about are crucial here. The diaspora community is contributing to the regeneration of our infrastructure, of our absorptive capacities and so on. But we need to do a lot more to address these push and pull factors that are sending people out of our country.
Quite an interesting perspective you brought up there. Ambassador Lele, you wanted to contribute.
I will continue on the note where the Prof just stopped.
Okay.
To remind ourselves, because even listening to the program up to this point, we are tempted to be carried away with this sense of euphoria that all is well. And I want us as a country, as a people, not to be complacent. Because sometimes when you say, okay, you've had and you have this enormous gift, it is okay. We must not pretend that it is okay. Because unless you are committed, unless you are disciplined, unless you are focused, the temptation is you can miss your way. And the Nigeria of 2022 and Nigeria of 1960, I think they are poles apart. There is the plus and the minus of it. Whereas where we are now, we ought to be miles and miles further in terms of our progress. And this is what I said, let us try, and I really like it that the professor has drawn our attention to this fact that yes, we may have achieved much, but there is a noticeable decline. So when we talk of our manifest destiny, we should also talk of our manifest responsibility. And this responsibility must be to ourselves. And here I'm talking in the backdrop of the new mission that we are on. Campaigns have already started for the person who will replace President Muhammadu Buhari come May 29, 2023. We must not get it wrong. If in the past we managed to get away with hanky-panky, not in 2023, because that will affect that manifest destiny that we're talking about. Nigeria is supposed to be Africa's authentic voice, the pace setter on the continent, whose opinion must be sought. And again, unless we get it right, people will not come to us. Going back to what we had discussed a little earlier on the African Writers series, I happen to have been a student of literature in English. In my days, it wasn't literature in English, we called it English literature. It was English literature. And I remember how much I read those African Writers series. In fact, in my retirement, I occasionally spend my time trying to look for some of the old titles that I read in order to see if I can get those copies again and read against what we have. Yes, the world has changed. But there are certain things that never change. Our values should not change. Our principles should not change. The goals that we set for ourselves and our country, our children, grandchildren, and their children should not change. Because when you are at ease with yourself, then you can contribute more. And this is where I said, let me tie the discussion on our manifest destiny and emphasize that it is not given that because you are destined, you will necessarily realize that potential that your destiny bestows on you. Rather, you must walk the talk in order to get to your desired destination.
Indeed. Which means manifest responsibility.
Responsibility, and values, principles, and goals should not change. We'll take a break. When we return, our conversation will continue. Do stay.
Bye, Mom.
He's going to play in this weather. Why did you let him go? He might fall ill. And if he doesn't go out for practice, how will he win trophies? To protect our family from illness-causing germs during the rainy season, we use Dettol soap every day.
Dettol with germ defense gives you protection. Rainy season brings a lot of germs, and Dettol soap's germ defense protects you from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Dettol soap is endorsed by the Nigerian Medical Association. Be Dettol soap.
Don't just wake up your child. Wake up the champion in them. Give them energy to help them win every day with Milo at breakfast. Milo Active Go and the natural goodness of malt, milk, and cocoa helps wake up the champion in your child. Milo.
Finally, the hero of Nigeria's democracy has arrived. He shall usher us into a new phase of development, peace, and prosperity. He is the father of the new Nigeria, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Welcome to another season of giving Nigerians hope yet again. We are sure of a great future for both ourselves and generations yet unborn. We look forward to your leading us as a nation into our manifest destiny. Though the challenges against us as a people are many, we know that your leadership shall set us on the right path to our greatness. A new dawn beckons on us all, and having you as our president is a precursor to this. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
The violent and criminal activities of indigenous people of Biafra and its armed wing, the Eastern Security Network, present the greatest threat in the Southeast zone. However, kidnapping for ransom, armed banditry, communal clashes have been some of the security threats that bedevil the region. Accordingly, joint military operations are being conducted in the southeast to overcome the threats and to entrench peace and security. The military effort, in collaboration with other security agencies, are achieving the set objectives, which are the defeat of the threat and restoration of peace and security in the region.
This message is brought to you from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Everywhere you go, from banks to hospitals to public offices, mass transit stations, airports, and even telecommunication centers, senior citizens are treated as nuisances. They are not. They are senior members of our society, and they deserve the utmost respect. We shouldn't be having our aged fathers and mothers standing in long queues to withdraw their monies at banks. Our retired senior citizens shouldn't be caught standing in buses for lack of seats or chasing after one just to get to their destination. Senior citizens shouldn't have to sit long hours in hospital corridors with no geriatric specialist to attend to them. Our senior citizens deserve better treatment from all of us. They deserve to be listened to. They are deserving of seat reservations on public buses and priority attendance in public spaces. As young people, we are quick to say, no one owes you. This is not true. We owe the elderly members of our society a helping hand, our services, and respect. Age-friendly societies have more senior citizens enjoying good health, living safely, and engaging in meaningful community work than those who do not. Dignifying age-friendly services for senior citizens.
Dialogue, empathy, love, and unity. These are vital components of nation building.
For all to be well, we appeal that we should refrain from volatile, provocative, inciting messages and language.
Let's build and not destroy.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria, the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. We still have guests here in the Abuja studios and Professor Osaga via Zoom from Lagos. Now we understand that the Zoom connection to Ambassador Baba Nalade has been improved tremendously. Ambassador Nalade, we understand your bandwidth is much better now. Let's just have your contribution to this very interesting conversation of Nigeria's gifts to the world. How meaningful have these gifts been?
Yeah, I think in a nutshell, I think from 1960 to date, Nigeria has made tremendous progress in terms of human capital development. If you recall, in 1960, when Nigeria got her independence, we had 1960 to 1967, we just had barely 6 universities. Today, we have over 200 universities in Nigeria. And in terms of contributions to the world, the United States is the greatest, largest economy in the world. Today, the Deputy Secretary for Treasury of the United States is a Nigerian. The Special Advisor to Biden on COVID-19 is a Nigerian. The White House Counsel is a Nigerian. And let me quickly just say this, that the Center for Disease Control, headed by Dr. Fauci, the second person to Dr. Fauci, Dr. Paul, is a Nigerian. So Nigerians over the years have made various contributions. We have inventors that have made impact in the United States. The compacto solar power night-saving operating was invented by a Nigerian. So I think what the government has done, the federal government has done, is the creation of the Diaspora Commission, so that it can harness the intellectual capabilities of Nigerians, the professionalism that Nigerians have available to the rest parts of the world, so that, as the DG said, there will be greater circulation that will impact in the development of our various sectors of our economy in Nigeria. Going forward, skeptics will argue that since independence, Nigeria has not made any significant, tremendous progress. And I think that can be debunked if you look at the various indices of development. You see that Nigeria, at just 62 years old, have made tremendous progress. You cannot compare the development of other developed countries that have been there for over 300-400 years. I think in comparison, Nigeria has made progress. What's required really now is unity. What we need is to unite to make sure that there's unity, there is equity, there is justice, respect for one another, which was the legacy given to us by the founding fathers of Nigeria, where people will act regardless of religious sentiment, ethnicity, so that we can jointly move our country to greater heights. So far so good. I think when you look back, Nigeria has made tremendous progress in the areas of peacekeeping operations which have been said by my boss. I must know. Nigeria has made significant progress. In all spheres, Nigeria has progressed tremendously. Nigeria is the largest, one of the largest economy in Africa, contributing to the progress that's been recorded in Africa. Nigeria has promoted democracy, especially in West African countries. Even during the military regime of Abuja, we have seen the progress has been recorded in the promotion of democracy in West African countries. So in a nutshell, we have cause to celebrate because we have made progress, and hopefully with the right leadership and incorruptible leaders that fear God, we can put leaders that have the fear of God, we can put leaders that are committed with vision, with focus. We have the resources, we have the human capital. We will be able to move this country forward. I'm optimistic that there's silver lining in the sky towards greatness of our country, towards the achievement of greatness of our country.
So, the US and the UK are, the greatest beneficiary of the expertise and the brains of Nigerians. I will call it brain drain. But Professor Dr. Bassi is saying that some Nigerians are beginning to come back to invest back home in Nigeria, although there are some instances where they might not want to come. But we are looking now at brain gain. How possible is it for people living in diaspora to come back to this country and contribute to the growth of it without the fear of being cheated or being killed or being just disappearing from the face of the earth without finding a trace?
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it's alarming because statistically we were losing about 2,000 doctors annually, and that is quite an alarming rate. But with the Diaspora Commission and the relevant agencies, what we need to do is to put in place incentives, attractive incentives that will bring back this Nigerian diaspora. We need a stable environment. We need a stable policy. We need a secure environment that will be convincing. And we need to come up with a living wage, a living pension. These are some of the incentives that can be attractive to our diaspora so that they can come back home and contribute. You see, it is quite mind-boggling that you have Nigerians performing tremendously in other countries, in all spheres, and then back home here, we have no choice at times but to go out on medical tourism. You begin to wonder how much we spend on medical tourism. And when you go out, it is the same Nigerian doctors that you meet in UK, the same Nigerian doctors you meet in Canada, the same Nigerians you meet in United States. Why are they not here? So I strongly believe that the Diaspora Commission is in a vintage position to synergize at the relevant agencies with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, have a data bank of these Nigerians, reach out to these Nigerians. Let's see if there will be attractive incentives that will be given to these Nigerians to come back, even if this was sabbatical leave, so that we will have brain circulation that will impact positively on the development of our economy.
All right, thank you very much, Ambassador Danladi. I was going to go to Professor Osaya, but I know that Ambassador Bulus Lolo wants to weigh in on this I think sub-subject.
Jumla, you've touched on a very sore point when you ask what will it take to get Nigerians in diaspora to come back to the country. Because the question to ask, why did they leave in the first place? And in my mind, you look at it from two angles. I will use an expression rather loosely. when I talk of conducive environment. But more than a conducive environment is what I will call a responsive and accountable stewardship. You can put that in the context of leadership. What is responsive and accountable stewardship? Here I mean whatever you are asked to do, at whatever level, you must do it in accordance with the rule. Not because of what you are going to gain, but what you are being paid to provide. And the quality of service cannot be overemphasized. We've had instances. You are welcome to the airport with a very negative attitude. The number of agencies that are at the airport, number one, are too many. And number two, whether jokingly or seriously, the beggarly attitude that they have, oh, what have you brought for me, is a put-off. Because you don't find that in other countries, not even in our neighboring countries that surround Nigeria. But the conducive environment entails what? There should be security from the time you land until you get to your destination. Our roads must be safe. And this then brings us, like I said, it's a very sensitive, sore point that you have touched. Because these are the things today that our politics should seek to address. A Nigeria in which, regardless of where you are born, regardless of what name you answer, regardless of what faith you profess, you must have a stake in that country. But one in which people are excluded. You are made to feel unwanted. You are also made to pay a price for being where you are. Will continue to drive our citizens through perilous routes as we see daily trying to cross. We cannot afford to get it wrong in our governance. Our governance should, for the first and singular purpose, be for the well-being of Nigerians. Not because anybody is forcing us, but it's our responsibility.
All right.
Collective responsibility.
That's right. Thank you very much, Ambassador Bulus Lolo. We're virtually on the home stretch now, so we'll be getting like closing thoughts. Professor Ayosa Osara, in addition to your closing thoughts, I'd like to pose this question because we touched on it briefly. There's a saying that you can't have your cake and eat it. So maybe at the corporate level, at the individual level, we mentioned some of Nigeria's gifts to the world. But we do know that there's an opportunity cost to these gifts. Now, how can we profit from the opportunity cost of our gifts to the world? We've lost tremendous manpower to the rest of the world. We've also spent tremendous resources in the liberation struggle, in the stabilizing ECOWAS, creating the number of these multilateral institutions, and sometimes the benefits are not easily visible. So how do we attenuate the opportunity cost and begin to mine, as it were, the benefits derivable from our gifts to the world?
Thank you very much. I'd like to place all of our discussions, whether it's about brain drain or brain gain, or it's about brain circulation, I like to put this in a historical perspective. A long time ago, and when I say a long time ago, this is not 50 years ago, it's maybe 20 years going back and so on. We had Nigerians who studied abroad and were offered jobs to remain abroad, but who elected to return home. We had Nigerians who had beautiful, offers and opportunities abroad, but chose to return home. But today, some of those who chose to return home are regretful that they did, which actually is food for thought. Let me say that long ago, We had people who went abroad on federal government scholarships and state scholarships. These were binding things on people. It was a way of showing up patriotism and loyalty and devotion to national duty. So the guys were fired, wanting to come back to say we have a lot to contribute to the development of our country. They had their ways, and they say it all the time. If the country will just become a little more conducive, they will just pack and return to the country today. So I think the point about reversing, we are not going to reverse because globalization doesn't require such reversals. What globalization is saying is you can have your gift, but let it not be at the expense of your gift at home. So that's why I have always talked about on this program the need to create a balance, a necessary balance between what the diaspora dynamics will be and what the demands and the dynamics of our own internal regeneration will mean. The good thing is that the diaspora community everywhere in the world today now recognizes that there is a role that every person can play. People are sending their children back home to go to school, and they are wishing that our educational institutions are more open than closed. They are wishing that the quality can be a little better, because at the end of it all, as the ambassador has said, everyone recognizes that the abiding values that have always defined the Nigerian character are things that we all cherish, and even those in the diaspora want to have a bit of it so that their children are not just decultured global citizens. They want them to be anchored in the Nigerian spirit, the can-do spirit, the entrepreneurial spirit, and that drive is what would make our benefits accrue from all of these processes. Let me just say finally, sir, that you will know Mahatma Gandhi was in South Africa. He lived in South Africa in those formative years, went back to his country and had non-violent revolution, and that has become his legacy to India. But South Africa are proud of those origins and so on. So all the things that Nigerians have done in America, in the UK, in the Caribbean and so on, these are wonderful legacies that will help us to build upon the restraining of an African, if you like, common front that I hope that Nigeria would now take the next lead for. Our diaspora communities in all of these places must be connected together so that we can create a black and African space, that would energize our interests, national and corporate, in the global community of nations. This is what I think. Thank you very much.
Wow, Professor Osahe, thank you so much for your contributions there. You've raised a lot of pertinent questions like the culture, what do you call it? The cultured global citizen. When Professor Osahe said that, we were whispering, yes. One after another, say, once you are decultured, you are a non-person. Yes. That's what it means. We no longer have an identity. Yeah, culture is the essence of a human being in terms of interaction. I know that Dr. Basu, you were itching to say something, because there's a point that Professor Osahe also raised, which has to do with the nostalgia of those who are in diaspora, the wishes of those who will want to come back, but all the circumstances. I believe that this is a topic that, in many ways, that we will return to, and we do appreciate all our. Juma, we want to say the thanks. Thanks to our esteemed guests this morning from Islamabad. We were joined by His Excellency Ambassador Dauda Balade, Nigeria's former High Commissioner to Pakistan. We apologize that your Zoom was poor initially, but the short time we had you very impactful. Thanks a lot, Ambassador Balade.
Thank you very much.
From Lagos, we were joined by Professor Erosa Osawa, Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Victoria Land in Lagos. Prof, great delight always having you on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you.
And here in the studios, Dr. Sule Yakubu Basi, Secretary, Nigeria's Diaspora Commission,
Midcom. Thank you very much, Dr. Bassi. You gave us some new terms today. We appreciate that. Brain circulation, that's one. And then those who are Japarin or also Bajara. So Japa or Bajara. Thanks a lot, Dr. Bassi. Last but not the least, deep appreciation always to Ambassador Bulus Lulu, former Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Good morning.
Thank you. We must not mismanage our diversity. We have to turn it into an asset. And that will be the test in 2023.
Indeed, Tina. Thank you so much for that insight, and we appreciate you all. Let's now go to sports update.
Kenya's Amos Kipruto and Ethiopia's Yelim Zefiola won their maiden London Marathon titles with breakaway victories in the elite men's and women's races. Just 6 months after making her debut over the distance, 23-year-old Yola finished in 2 hours 17 minutes and 26 seconds, the third fastest women's London Marathon time in history. Kipruto then won the men's race in 2 hours 4 minutes and 39 seconds, after pushing away from the rest of the field with about 5 kilometers to go. Ethiopia's Leo Gerber Selassie was second, crossing the line 33 seconds later, with Bashir Habdi of Belgium completing the podium.
It's going to finish on top in London and on top of the world today. A masterful performance, comfortably inside 2:05. He's beaten one of the best fields ever assembled, and he's done it in style. Amos Kipruto is the TCS London Marathon champion.
Hello. FIFA President Gianni Infantino says it is a dark day for football following the death of at least 125 people in a crash at a football match in Indonesia. About 180 people also hurt after Arema FC's loss to rivals Persebaya Surabaya in East Java on Saturday. The crash took place after police tear-gassed fans who invaded the pitch. As panic spread in Kanjuruhan Stadium in Malang, thousands surged towards the exits where many suffocated. FIFA, the world's football governing body, states that no crowd-controlled gas should be carried or used by stewards or police at matches.
That's Good Morning Nigeria for today. Public holiday here in Nigeria on the occasion of our 62nd Independence Anniversary, which of course was Saturday, October 1st. Join us tomorrow for a fresh package of Good Morning Nigeria. Same time, 7 in the morning. Enjoy your holiday. I'm Kingsley Sadoma.
And I am Juma Yusuf.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Learn more.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Our elders say, worries hurt and make a person waste more than sickness does. Do you doubt that? Put in modern terms, worries would lead to a lot of things. Things that do not need to be in the body. And even the doctors have come to say, that worries, high anxiety, and so on can lead to things like headaches, heart conditions, just to mention but a few. And if worries, anxiety were not properly treated, what next? They could lead to depression. They could lead to anxiety. And our elders from way back have already said these particular things that the doctors have come to know. And they have said, he who swims in worry drowns in sickness. You hear that? He who swims in worries drowns in sickness. But come on, am I saying that a lot of the things we worry about are not worth worrying about? No, that's not what I'm saying. Because all these things we worry about actually are very, very important things. We're talking about things like our health, maybe school fees, house rent, single people want to get married, the married ones, some of them want to leave their marriage, you name it. So you see, each person has a very, very legal ground to continue to worry about anything they've come to worry about. But there is a Hebrew proverb that says, anxiety breaks a man's backbone. Yes, it does. It makes the heart sick, makes you see things that do not even exist. And the Swedish people would tell you that worry gives a small thing a big shadow. And funny enough, I've come to realize something that Mark Twain said a very long time ago to be very correct, and I'll be quoting him right now. He said, I have had a lot of worries in my life, most of which never happened. So you think about it, a lot of the things that we worry about our elders have come to say may never actually happen. But we have pressure everywhere. And so sometimes you find very young people dropping down, just dying like that. Basically, some of those things are triggered by anxiety. Is it worth it? Is it worth dying over? For our elders have come to say again, it is he who frowns that carries a tired, heavy face about. It is true. It is the wisdom of our elders to advise us that we should take it easy. We worry about material things. We want to make it. We want to blow. But remember, when it does happen, you're not going to sleep in more than one small corner in that house or one small corner on your bed. So think about it. For our elders have said, we can never carry the world out of the world when we die. So, our thought for the week. Let's make it a challenge. Think about everything you've worried about. If you don't remember all of them, maybe pick one or two. Write them down. And also write by it how those matters eventually got resolved. And then add, did the things you worry about those things actually happen? Think about it, my friend, because worry is like a war that is going on in the heart, in the mind. Now that we know that it kills, let us try. For our elders have said, the war a man has known something about cannot take the life of his child. Take care of yourselves, my friends. My name is Cordelia Obe. Bye-bye.
When it comes to the creative talents of the beauty and fashion industry, Every day is a good day to celebrate their excellence. And today is no different. It's your weekly survey of style and culture across the globe. I am Onyeka Chioma, and this is Today's Style.
On the show today, the amazing story of becoming a beauty queen. We chart the meteoric rise of Tongoro, celebrate the recent milestones of 3 African creatives, and uncover the surprising history of red lipstick.
She's a mentor, a passionate activist, a model, and a beauty pageant title holder. Queen Ruth takes us on her journey from the runway to becoming Miss Unity Nigeria, and we get to learn about how she uses her influence to impact social reform.
I'm from Benue State, Idoma to be precise. I'm a student of the Benue State University, an undergraduate, studying mass communication. I'm the present Queen of Unity Nigeria, and during the pageant I represented Adamawa State. My earrings, my wristwatch, and my shoes. I can't do without my powder, my mascara, my lipstick, drawing my eyebrow. Yeah, I love writing, and also I love singing. These are not just songs that are already known, these are my own songs. I love Sinach so much. Our songs are so inspiring. The family I came from, their support, their encouragement, and their prayers especially. He walked up to me and was like, you have the old physique and all of that. You could be a supermodel. Give it a thought. My first appearance was with other models, and when I got there, my fear at first was seeing this huge, big, tall girls, because I just felt I wasn't fit to do that particular event for that night. I was always the shy person, but when I started modeling, I got this shyness off me. It was not easy trying to do the whole catwalking thing, and then I mounted the podium. The catwalk was okay. They were happy with what I did, and then that was I had the whole courage that yes, if I can do this night, I can do it for as long as I want. Finest Girl Nigeria International. That was 2014, and God helping, I was crowned the Finest Girl Southwest Nigeria, and that was where the whole pageantry, vision, everything all started from. I went for Queen of Peace and Unity Nigeria, hoping to win also, but came back home with Queen of Peace and Unity Tourism. I felt a bit discouraged, but one thing that kept me going was my passion. So I saw the advert of this Queen of Unity Nigeria. I went for it, got the form, got screened. I was sent a text, then to come to Lagos. The whole journey from Benue, Makurdi to Lagos, I had to sleep at the park that very night. I came into the park, that was 2 a.m. At 2 a.m. where was I even thinking of going to? I called the camp manager and was like, you have to stay at the park because it's for your safety. Lagos is risky. Then the next morning, I didn't sleep. My eyes were open till 4 a.m. and I was thinking I was going to go into the room, like they were going to consider me coming all the way from Benue, and okay, fine, let her just take a nap and all of that. And the camp manager was like, no, we don't do that here. You came for a business, you have to. Then I just had to drop my bag at the hotel, then changed. I had to join the other girls because at the back of my mind, I had it that yes, this is what brought me. You came for a reason, you came for a purpose. Sleeping at the park, it was devastating. So that pain alone just got me going. The first outing was the introduction, where we did the old dancing thing. And then the second now was the traditional attire. I was at the backstage when she brought my costume. I was supposed to see my costume before I go backstage. So my mom, everybody had to call. I was like, what's happening? What is almost? I was crying, basically. I was crying. Then the third was the casual. Then the last now was the dinner gown. Then the dinner gown was where the whole contestant comes, stand on the podium, and that's when you hear the hearts pounding, boom, boom, and then you're like, whatever comes, whatever comes now, you're just using that to encourage yourself, like to pat yourself at the back.
Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, according to the judging of the best in that gown of the year.
And to my greatest astonishment, I won the best in a gown. Tonight, we're going to be crowning a new Queen of Unity Nigeria 2019-2020, and it's no other person but contestant number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, Queen of Unity Nigeria, there's no other person than contestant number 5.
I did see it coming. I had to look at my tag and I was like, could it be me? You know, those tears of joy. I can't erase that memory. Like nothing can. Not just a runner up, a mother queen. And then I had to go and stand up for the champion. That's when I got to know what victory is all about. Tasting victory. It might take a while, but when you just keep the hope alive, you get there. And here I am. They say charity begins at home. I'm from Benue State, where I saw a very dilapidated school. Visited the school, the HM, I got to realize that a lot is really lacking in the school. These people, they've been out of school a very long time. And so many of them are eager to come back to resume. How can we put smile on their face? It's putting smile by they coming, seeing something new, entirely new, seeing something like a standardized playground. After learning, they could go getting a convenient, the equipped library, and also drinkable water. It's what I really want to do for them. So I've seen this. These are the challenges this particular school is facing, and this is the way I feel as the Queen of Unity. I feel I can come in touching their lives positively. I want to rebrand what pageantry is. They are also important. They are part of us. They are not neglected. I don't want to be a supermodel. I want to be a role model.
In just 4 years, the groundbreaking rise of Senegalese brand Tongoro Studio has been stunning, release after release. Now we have an in-depth chronicle of the work and ethos of the creative director, and a behind the scenes of the mesmerizing visuals and designs, as well as that special Beyoncé moment. Let's take a look at the building of a dream. It's called Made in Africa.
In her new documentary, Made in Africa, designer and creative director Sarah Diop narrates an intimate look into the journey of her celebrated Senegalese fashion label, Tongoro. The 30-minute documentary includes footage of Tongoro's design and production process in Dakar and provides valuable insight for aspiring designers. Diop was raised in Côte d'Ivoire by parents of Senegalese, Congolese and Central African descent. Where she is from, majority of the tailors did not attend a formal fashion education, but were taught by learning from their elders. With this in mind, Sarah Diop thought of ways to incorporate this in her business model for Tongoro.
My goal was to solve the equation between local tailoring, African style, mainstream fashion, and global customer base. And the question was, how am I going to cross all of that and come up with something that is new, that is different, that can generate income and create jobs? Craftsmanship is the very foundation of my brand because it's about skill and people. And I think it's something very noble, something that we should cherish and protect because it's a cornerstone of our history. I believe there is as much value in the work of all those men here on the streets than in any European couture or leatherwork houses. But it's up to us to acknowledge that and show the rest of the world.
Founded in 2016 in the country's capital, Dakar, Diouf started Tongoro with the aim of empowering local artisans while celebrating African prints and fabrics. As in many parts of Africa, tailoring is such an important part of Senegalese culture, but outside cultural festivities, most tailors' income is low and unstable, and sewing remains an undervalued skill. Her ultimate goal with Tongoro was to empower local artisans through training and professionalizing their craft in a structure and platform that would allow them to get a better and stable income. This started with sourcing locally and producing with independent tailors before Diouf set up her own production unit where she is implementing a strong logistic chain allowing the brand to ship anywhere in the world. Since its launch 4 years ago, Tongoro has graced runways across major cities and been spotted by international stars, the likes of Burna Boy, Tiwa Savage, Alicia Keys, Naomi Campbell, Iman, and most notably, Beyonce. Beyonce championed the brand in 2018 and again in 2019 in a music video for Spirit.
The video dropped and that was massive. That was massive because it opened so many doors.
Diouf's dream is to help transform Africa's clothing design industry as a whole, starting with championing community involvement and local craftsmanship across the continent. With this spellbinding documentary, she makes a strong case for respecting tradition and acknowledging the contributions of African-made clothing to the global fashion landscape.
African style has always existed. It is deeply rooted in culture and craftsmanship that has been passed down generation to generation. It is joyful, elegant, vibrant, and regal. It is how Africans carry themselves, for knowing they are never less than anyone else.
Menswear fashion brand Zadis Clothing unveiled its resort collection themed Metropolitan Monarch, fronted by Nollywood actors Jibola Dabo and Chris Okagwe. Inspired by traditional native wear, the collection was designed based on current trends of wearing natives, but in a cosmopolitan way.
DNA by Iconic and Vanity captures the vibrance and essence of Lagos with a new collection that plays with bright colors, intricate exceptional cuts, details, and creativity.
Back in 2018, Ghanaian-American designer Virgil Abloh changed the face of luxury menswear when he was appointed artistic director for international brand Louis Vuitton. It was a big deal for African creatives and black people in the fashion industry in general, as he was the first African appointed to fill this coveted role. Today, we celebrate not one, but 3 African creatives for their monumental advances as they're being recognized internationally.
Kenneth Eze is making his mark as the first black designer to collaborate with the late great Karl Lagerfeld's eponymous label. The two forces of fashion will unite for a limited edition capsule collection for the spring 2021 season. The collection will pair Lagerfeld's iconic Parisian vision with traditional African artistic elements and craftsmanship rooted in Eze's Nigerian culture. Eze studied fashion and design at the University of Applied Arts, Vienna, and relocated to Lagos in 2015 after graduating to launch his eponymous label. He first began to turn heads in the global fashion community as one of the finalists of the prestigious LVMH prize last year. Since then, Easy has garnered the support of fans including Naomi Campbell, who closed his fall-winter 2020 show to much buzz. He has made a name for himself in the industry with his bold and colorful designs mixing handmade West African aesthetics with elements of contemporary luxury. In particular, he is known for using a Nigerian weaving technique called ashoke and using fabrics created by local weavers and designers in Lagos, where he was born. Shortly after Gap confirmed its partnering with Kanye West on a Yeezy line, 25-year-old designer Moalola Ogulesi was announced as the design director for the Yeezy Gap team. West is a long-term fan of the British Nigerian designer, and rumors kicked off as early as 2018 that she would be working with him in some capacity. Ogulesi was born in Nigeria but moved to England when she was 12. In 2017, Ogulesi launched her eponymous brand with a menswear collection titled Psychedelic, which was influenced by Lagos petrolheads and the country's psychedelic rock scene in the 70s. In January 2019, Ogulesi made her London Fashion Week debut and showed women's wear for the first time. Her pieces have been worn by celebrities including Solange, Skepta, Naomi Campbell, and Drake. She was one of the 6 designers chosen to dress Barbie for the iconic doll's 60th anniversary. Ogulesi also made headlines when she worked on Nike's Niger World Cup kit launch. She also showed at Arise Fashion Week 2019 in her hometown of Lagos. The Ogulesi and Yeezy Gap deal is unprecedented, and Ogulesi will undoubtedly offer a refreshing new perspective to the brand. Dio has partnered with Ghanaian artist Amoako Boafo to create one of the most talked about collections of the Spring-Summer 2021 menswear season. Modeled by an all-black group of models, artistic director Kim Johnson's latest designs masterfully marry Boafo's motif and sensibilities with his own. Color-blocked cummerbunds and pops of neon recall the bold backgrounds upon which the artist fingerpaints his faces.
Passion inspires my work, and so I tend to look at characters that, have that sense of style in fashion.
A shirt embroidered with lengths of ivy has roots in a portrait Jones observed at the artist's Accra studio. One of Boafo's subjects looks out from a full turtleneck. Jones was captivated by the intensity of his portraits, the power of movement, and the choice of colors in them. Alan Cruiser presents ultra-sophisticated yet urban designs for this season, from a colorful monochromatic number to a splash of soft pink made with delicate hand-stitched embroidered details on jackets.
Luxury resortwear brand Sanko has unveiled its latest collection, tagged Portrait of a Lady. Inspired by the designer's travels to Italy and Africa, it features her signature voluminous goddess caftans and modern separates.
Wearing red lipstick has been linked over the years to a feminine sense of self-esteem, empowerment, and defiance. We uncover the surprising history of this bold beauty statement that's not only a signature look for many style icons, but also top of the list for this year's hottest beauty trends.
Defiant, glamorous, powerful. This modern beauty staple has actually been around for over 5,000 years. Early civilizations crushed rock, beeswax, beetles, and fish scales to make red lipstick. In ancient Egypt, colored lips were a symbol of status for both men and women. In Asia, the Chinese created some of the first lip art, and red was the most dominant color. In early Britain, women believed red lipstick had healing and protective properties, even though we now know that lipstick at that time was made with toxic substances like white lead and mercury sulfide. In early France, a full face of makeup was considered incomplete without red lips. In the 1900s, the suffragette movement adopted red lips as a symbol of rebellion. Throughout the centuries, red lipstick has signaled many things, but consistently, red lips have always been a symbol of glamour for stylish icons of the art, fashion, and entertainment industries. In its many hues, this lip color has been a mighty cultural weapon. Today, despite beauty products and trends being more varied than ever before, red lipstick in its myriad shades is still charged with meaning and a way to make a statement, whatever that might be. Speaking of bold lips, this evergreen look tops this season's biggest beauty trends, according to beauty industry expert Marco Lewis. The senior artist at MAC Cosmetics Africa shared his top beauty trends to look out for. Delve into the super luxe trend of embellishment, using makeup to create jewelry-like details on the skin. Youthful, healthy skin in all its natural glory is all the rage. Taking great care of your skin is ultra important and will give you a natural glow that's very on trend. This season, bronzer takes center stage as the star of your overall look. As opposed to the classic take on winged liner, this season calls for sharp, futuristic finishes. Beginners and pros can experiment with a colorful uniform look, featuring the same color on cheeks, lips, and even the eyes. Bold lips have always been the easiest way to add an ultimate feminine detail without too much effort. While red remains a classic favorite, find your perfect lip color to suit any mood.
Thanks for catching up with us today. You can head over to our social media channels to join the conversation with your comments and feedback. For another exciting episode, be sure to tune in same time next week.
Join us every Monday for an in-depth look at global style and culture on Africa's largest television network.
Hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Leverage visiontv.co.uk and click on the link, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International. Your window through the world.
Nigeria is a land blessed with abundant and diverse heritage resources from its numerous ethnic roots. These heritage resources were created from human interactions with the environment. Consequently, they have become a source of cultural identity and national pride. Today, the term cultural heritage has changed content considerably. Cultural heritage does not end at just tangible heritages, such as monuments and collection of objects. It also includes intangible heritages.
Intangible cultural heritage has to do with people's practice, skill, and cultural expressions that are not easily physically available, but there's something which it has to do, which is intellectually embedded, in the ethos and values of the people.
I see it is a living culture. It's about me and you, what we do daily. Our customs, our values, our idiosyncrasies, our food, the way we behave, and all that. So it's what we call living culture. Our day-to-day activities. It's about humanity.
As a result of its significance, Nigeria is committed to abiding by the spirit and the letters of the 2003 UNESCO Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, which was ratified on 21st October 2005. The Federal Ministry of Information and Culture and its support agency for Intangible Cultural Heritage Implementation, that is the National Institute for Cultural Orientation, NICO, has committed itself to safeguarding, ensuring respect and raising awareness of the importance of intangible cultural heritage at all levels.
We are supposed to recognize one of your elements as intangible cultural heritage. It gives you the advantage, of exposure, because other countries are also coming in, with their own, and that for all to understand that Nigeria as a cultural entity has something to offer in terms of healthcare system. We are also contributing to knowledge. Even the practitioners themselves positively is going to affect them. Also giving them the recognition, we embolden them to know that yes, what they are doing is quite correct.
Of the numerous intangible cultural heritages we have in Nigeria, approval has been given for the inclusion of midwifery on the National Inventory of Intangible Cultural Resources.
You can inscribe an element, or you can come together with other countries that have similar interest to inscribe what you have. For example, we are interested in the traditional midwifery.
UNESCO is very particular about having such skills, such ICH transferred to the next generation so that it will continue. Inscribing it means that it gets into our heritage list and make sure that it's preserved for generations to appreciate and to practice.
Now, this is to facilitate Nigeria's active involvement in the intercontinental nomination of midwifery for inscription
in the representative list of intangible cultural heritage of humanity by UNESCO.
The first inscription Nigeria did was Kelede, which was common to Nigeria, Benin, and Togo. So this is our second multinational file, and it involves 8 countries across the Atlantic. It's even a unique file. Benin, Togo, and Nigeria are within their contiguous. When you leave Nigeria, you get to Benin. From Benin, you get to Togo. But in this case, this traditional music moves from Togo to Slovenia. From Slovenia, you go to Colombia, Latin America. Then you come back to Germany in Europe. Then you go to Kyrgyzstan, which is in Asia. So there are 8 countries. Then Cyprus. So there are 8 countries. It's a unique fire. So I will call it a kind of a global fire.
The successful inscription of this element on the representative list would increase respect for the roles of local communities, groups, and individuals in the transmission and safeguarding of evidence-based practices and traditional knowledge.
We give birth every day, and we pass on the torch from generation to generation. Without these people, this will not be possible. So they are the very essence of our society. The continuity, the survival of our society is based on traditional midwifery, and we need to encourage them.
Most of the rural areas in this country don't have abundant orthopedic hospital. The gynecologists, the modern midwives and all that, they largely depend on the local midwives, because one is cheaper, second, it has been the tradition, third, because of lack of education in some local areas, even in the cities. The unique nature of doing that in part of southern Nigeria, for instance, in Bayelsa, is different if you go to Ilorin. If you go somewhere like Kano or you go somewhere like Maiduguri, you know what I'm saying, or Sokoto, you may have, largely they are the same, but there are certain unique, differences that you can get.
And that one will use. If you not get prepared, 50 years sacrifice.
Moreover, the National Institute for Cultural Orientation, NICO, which is the support agency to the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture, is the vanguard of this campaign and has organized workshops on the updating of the National Inventory of Intangible Cultural Resources for practitioners and stakeholders in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State, and in Ilorin, Kwara State.
Alipilátara nǹkan ṣe yìí ajẹ́kí yìí wà wáìsì ajẹ́kí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yẹn mú iṣẹ́ tí kálukú gbé lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀rí òtún jẹ́ kálukú ní onílọsíwájú wọ́n jẹ́ kálukú ní wọ́n ní àìgbé káàkiri iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ṣe.
Every tribe, every society has its own culture. Nigeria as a place, as a country, we know that our cultural heritage is highly acceptable in the wider world. And with this one, it's an advancement of our local society to also be exposed to the modern. Meanwhile, we must still have value to it because it is worth sustaining.
When we come together like that, we cross-fertilize ideas and we meet with the practitioners who are the owners of the element of ICH, and which is the traditional midwifery. Here you have experts from the local government, from the states, and also from the federal.
Birth delivery is not only biological, but essentially a cultural process as well. Women at labor have always been assisted by other experienced women called midwives. The latter ensures a child's safe transition from the womb to the world, from pregnancy to motherhood.
Láti lé mú orí sọ̀rọ̀ lé àpòkò dìde kó lo àgbo tó wà níbi omi yẹn ó wá lò ìṣẹ́jú 5 ariwo yẹn lòun tó bá rí nira oríkèé lẹ́yìn àìjínà yẹn yóò bẹ́ tó bá ti wà ní ìta fún wọn yóò bẹ́ fún rẹ̀ tó bá ti máa gbó yẹn á wà rí ọmọ tẹ á sì máa pè á mọ̀ pé ìrí ò bọ́ síta á fa ìrí àmọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ báyìí ọ̀rọ̀ fi wálẹ̀ ó kò fi placenta ó wà tó bí ìṣẹ́jú 5 sí ọmọ tá ti fàyọ yẹn á wà ní oògùn tó wà ní kìnyín fún abọ́lẹ̀ fún rẹ̀.
This way to save life. If you see your influence going to happen, immediately one put your already you get.
Before modern medicine, mothers and mothers-in-law often assisted their daughters with delivery and would depend on traditional birth attendants if issues or complications were to arise.
These are our traditional things. From ages to ages, they are coming with us. And when somebody remarked that some of our rural places, you don't have the hospitals, modern hospitals, yet people are delivering safely. It is these people. We don't play with them. We encourage them as much as we could.
When you are educated and some of your friends find out that you go to these traditional midwifery to deliver, we say as exposed as you are still going to those people to go and deliver your baby and all that. So sometimes we are scared. We think of the other way around. In case there is any complication, what will you do? You took yourself to them, because of that we do patronize the hospitals.
It was a capacity building workshop, and it was meant to strengthen the capacities on the methodologies and technicalities of traditional midwifery. So apart from the theoretical aspect, we also did the field practicum, which we saw physically, because when we are talking of ICH, it's mainly on originality, it's mainly on creativity. It is not for us who are the experts. We go there and we do it for them. We want them to do it, and we also want to tap from their knowledge.
Traditional midwifery skills were transmitted through oral tradition, observations, participation, and exchange among peers in order to acquire the necessary training and expertise.
Kọ́ bá bẹ̀rù sábà gbé wá ní láti sanwó yóò sanwó àṣejẹ yẹn àṣejẹ yẹn lára tọ́jú fún un gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọbẹ̀ tábà ti sọ̀bẹ̀ yẹn fún un yóò ra ìgbé ní àṣejìjì kan tó bá ti di àṣejẹ yẹn so ọmọ yẹn máa tọ̀ sábà tètè wá bẹ̀tẹ̀ àwọn oníwà tó pé lọ tútù ó ti bẹ́ẹ̀ ti pé ọmọ yẹn ó ti lẹ́gbù ó ti tó bá ti fọwọ́ ẹ̀ jáde tó bá ti débì lọ tútù tó bá ti sínú padà màá rí fáì ní ìgbà màá ní kẹ́mi gbé lọ èso tó ń pẹ́ àwọn ti fà á débi tí ọmọ yẹn ṣe dẹ́gbù rẹ̀ sàpọ́n àwọn ti yọ síta kí wọ́n tó mọ̀ pé ọmọ yẹn ti dẹ́gbù ó rò bá àwọn olùsè tó bá ti ní ìfà tó débi èjìká ń bì ọmọ yẹn lè tẹ́rù mọ́pọ̀ ìlú kan tàbá yìí torí pé yóò ti fún ojú ara yẹn ọ̀pọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ní tàbá ti pé bá ti dẹ́gbù ọ̀dọ̀ owó fẹ́ tó sọ̀rọ̀ ẹgbẹ̀gbìn ó yẹ ṣàṣejẹ fún tó bá àbí oṣù mẹ́jọ bọ̀dọ̀ tó ń fi ń lébọ̀ tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ó ti ṣọṣẹ̀ ó ṣàṣejẹ nítọ̀.
Some people they are left, you can control. The child will come to normal. And if it is breathing, they are health and other methods.
We are not saying you eradicate the modern this, you promote this, but we're trying to see how you can take the good side of this traditional midwifery, you know, with all their experiences and all that, you marry it to the, you know, to the orthodox, you know, method, so that the essence is to expand the boundaries of self-delivery of our women, so, and then keep the tradition, which is very important, you know, as far as the people are concerned.
It is transferred from generation to generation, and this is what qualifies the profession as a piece of intangible cultural heritage, part skill, part art, part science, and richly embedded in each locality's unique history and traditions.
Iṣẹ́ bàbá mi kò lè kí n ká láti lè kọ́gbọ́n àtàkì ti tẹ̀lé. Ó ti lé 40 years. Mo ti pàdé àwọn ìlú tó pọ̀, mo ti lágbẹ́ ọlọ́run àtẹ̀wé àtẹ̀gbò gbogbo ẹ̀. Orí àtẹ̀gbò yìí ló bá wọ àbá tó bí mi lọ́wọ́. Àwọn náà dẹ̀ ń jò, wọ́n lè mú ó dẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́.
Midwifery as a human practice constitutes a legacy of knowledge and skills promoting the well-being of women, babies, children, and families.
This is my first born, second born, third born. So this is where my wife deliver all of them.
Traditional midwives ensure continuity of care and one-to-one support for a better outcome during the natural processes of pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum period, that is, the period after birth.
Oṣù mẹ́rin ni mo ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ sẹ́pẹ̀ yìí tí ò bá ṣàárẹ̀ tó láwọn ọmọ àti pé ọmọ ń sọ̀kàn èyí tó bá ń sọ̀kàn bí wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dúró sí lára ó ń ṣàárẹ̀ bóyá kò lè jẹun bóyá ó ń bì bóyá ó ń tutọ́ àmọ̀ fún láwọn kan tí yóò máa lò tá àárẹ̀ sọ́ọ̀rì tí ò ní àfẹ́tì ẹlòmíì lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ àárẹ̀ yẹn láti oṣù kan àmọ̀ fún lóòkàn tí ò ní àfẹ́tì òun yẹn tá àrùn bẹ̀rẹ̀ àkù pọ̀tù kí nǹkan kò ṣe ní o fẹ́ rẹ́gísà lọ́dọ̀ òun àlélúbá bẹ̀rẹ̀ oṣù mẹ́ta oṣù mìíràn. Bọ̀tà ọ̀tá bá rí pé lọ́kùnrin tó láti ló ń báyìí yóò bẹ̀rẹ̀ bì yóò bẹ̀rẹ̀ tọ́ láti bí ara ìmọ̀ wíìkì àmọ́ tọ́jú àwọn tó fún bí àgbo ọlọ́run wà àwọn àgbo tá à ń tọ́jú. A fún ní ẹran dídín yẹn o egbò ni láti tẹ bá fẹ́ tẹnu báyìí ẹ̀yìn náà pé òru láti lè fi tẹ̀yìn máa dúró kí wọ́n ṣe pé àrùn ló bá ń nà sílé ẹnu àní pé ń fún ní kókó yẹn náà oògùn àrùn ni aláboyún tí ò ní àfẹ́ẹ̀tì òun ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lè fẹ́ tí ò lóyún náà.
It would interest you to note that some of these traditional midwives even have antenatal classes for pregnant women.
Mo máa ń ṣe àdúrà fáwọn ìjọ Sunday tẹ́pá gbé ní Sunday ẹ̀gbẹ́ lórí rẹpẹtẹ. Ẹ̀rọ ìgbà tó ṣẹ̀tẹ̀ ni pé kálímọ́nì kan wà sí àti pé ó ti gbé sí oṣù méje. Ọ̀sẹ̀ tó wọ́n mọ̀ lò yóò yàtọ̀ fẹ́ tó wà lóṣù mẹ́fà ó rí àti ọjọ́ là lóṣù mẹ́ta. I will say good different.
This one is for 5 months pregnant woman. This one is for 7 months pregnant woman. And also this one is for 9 months pregnant woman. That's how you are using to cook it with fish with catfish.
Besides their knowledge of herbal medicines, these midwives rely on their sense of touching, feeling, smell, and observing. Their main instruments are their hands. For instance, the ability to detect the position, size, vitality, and presentation of the child.
This downside the pain. The pikin carry head going inside the leg. Okay, when I want to deliver, if the time don't reach, I go tell you say yes, it don't reach. And you when you get the body, you know say the time don't reach. If you come here, then we'll take care of you well. Then we will charge you like hospital. That's why I decided to go marshal so that they will tell me how the thing dey.
Once you come and they touch you, they will tell you, the baby is like this, your baby is getting big, so you have to take so thing, total help, so that the baby on the day of your delivery, the baby will not be too big. You will be able to push the baby and you will not have pains. They even have herbs that they can give to you for you not to have serious severe labor pains. They have it.
àgbo ọ̀sùn ṣẹ̀gẹ̀ sí olóòlà ìrìn àwọn ẹ̀jẹ̀ kó tó yẹ mọ́.
Besides, traditional midwives believe in the supernatural, the gods of divinity, and seek their support for safe deliveries.
àti lọ sí hospital àti náwó àti náírà wọ́n sì ṣàlàyé fún wa pé àwọn máa operate ẹ̀mí ọ̀nà mẹ́ta gan la lọ wọ́n sọ ìdíṣẹ́ntì náà ni gbogbo wọn sọ ẹnìkan ló wá júwe mọ̀mọ́ fún wa tàbí wá sọ́dọ̀ mọ̀mọ́ bùtá sáàdọ̀dọ̀ mọ̀mọ́ ṣá mọ̀mọ́ náà bá wa gbìyànjú ìgbà tí wọ́n padà wá confirm wọn náà ẹgbẹ́ ẹni wọ́n ń dààmú mi tí ì fi tètè rí ọmọ bí tó fi délé pé wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe operation fún mi ọmọ wa ni nítorí ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ ni pé àwọn ó di ìgbẹ́ fún mi táwọn bá ti di pẹ̀lú gọ́lọ́ ní stop kò dúró yá bí ọ̀sẹ̀ kan rẹ lọ mo lo bí ọmọ yìí.
ìrọ̀lẹ́ mi rò pé kí ẹgbẹ́ wa bá mi ṣe yìí tí nǹkan tí ó gbà fún mi wọ́n ní kí n wọ́n ní lè gbà. èmi ìwà tí òbí ẹ̀ǹdí lógún rẹ̀ fẹ́ lò ká ṣe àyẹ̀wò pẹ̀lú ti egbògi ti ìdílé Yorùbá ńlá fi mọ̀ wípé bó ṣe rí mi. èyí tá a sábà máa ń wo ẹgbẹ́ ká ṣe lórí bí olóore ni mo fẹ́ pé bí àrùn àṣetẹ́sì kì í pé tẹ́sì ti olóyìnbó tá a fabẹ́rẹ́ ogun lọ́wọ́ rárá a lè ní kó lọ tọ̀ wá bí tọ̀ bá ṣe rí láti ọ̀gbìn kàbá ìlú sí tí ètò yẹn fi rí bá.
The novel, the time, that baby, the name, that be ordinary thing. Some na visual matter dey that place. Some na the pikin na dey play too much pikin in one turn take the novel tie the body. Wetin we dey call am oda? The name. The people wey dey take clam go cut banga tree. That one na me dey learn for myself. Na take this pikin how you take turn carry that thing turn well na so you go turn yourself by yourself the inside turn lose out.
Kí ló lẹ́yìn bí èsì rí ọmọ onílé náà lè dìsá ìdìbò tó lè káwọ̀ tánú lódodo fà á.
For better appreciation and recognition of traditional knowledge and skills of traditional midwives in our various communities will be of immense contribution to the SDGs, especially with regards to SDG 3, which is on reducing maternal mortality, SDG Sub-Goal 3.1, universal access to reproductive health services, SDG Sub-Goal 3.7, and SDG 5, which is on empowering women.
In the past, the death ratio during delivery used to be very high, but because of intervention of modern healthcare delivery, it has impacted on traditional midwifery. Therefore, you have better safe motherhood.
It is not yet uhuru for traditional midwifery, as more still needs to be done. The nomination process resulted from the international collaboration between traditional and orthodox midwives from 8 countries, and experts are calling for increased synergy between the two forms of midwifery practice in Nigeria.
Community that discovers the importance of its element, its cultural element, and will throw it away. We believe we have a very good something to offer. All it needs improvement, and with this interaction, national, international, all that, we should be able to improve. I see Nigeria's contribution to healthcare system very bright, because we are lucky we have a multicultural society, so we have options, many options that we can give to the world, of what we have and what we are as Nigerians.
Midwifery in Nigeria has the potential to contribute to maternal health outcome because of its utilization in virtually all our communities. Therefore, the need to keep celebrating our intangible cultural heritage in the face of growing globalization becomes inevitable. This is our heritage. This is our culture. And we are proud they are gradually gaining international recognition.
Today we have started the countdown to when the second Niger Bridge, which successive administrations have built only on paper, will be completed. The list of projects we are handling with the loans we obtained is long.
Research has it that tribal marks were better to aid the identification of an individual's lineage. The parents of a newborn would add tribal marks to differentiate their offsprings from other ethnic groups. In the southeastern part of Nigeria, these marks are largely temporal while some are permanent. Uli are temporal lines that create various shapes in female bodies. They last for about 7 days before wearing off. They are drawn with light dyes, usually of yellow, black, white and brown colors. Uli drawings is mainly used for celebrations. Its main purpose is to beautify a woman and make her look more attractive for tribal holidays. CBD marks are used on wall drawings, wooden stools, metal designs, paintings, and for some they can be used as body tattoos. There are over 500 known in CBD symbols with various meanings. Obanje marks are spiritual protection given to children who are under any form of life-threatening sickness. Some Igbos believe that the only way to protect children from being taken away by evils are to leave marks on their bodies. Mbri is in sun-like curved lines that go from forehead to nail chain and across the cheeks. It is usually used by people from Okanri territories. Ichi scarification is something an individual voluntarily experiences. Ichi are marks for affluence and social status. It is not for children. The process is usually painful because it is done with knives and the scars remain there for life. Such procedure lasts for an hour. The scarification is an evidence that the wearer has passed the initiation into the aristocratic Nzenozo society. In the present-day southeastern Nigeria, tribal marks is almost non-existent. From temporal to the permanent marks, their traditional meanings are still relevant.
This is the network service of the NTA.
woman's right to choose the number, timing and spacing of her children is fundamental, and contraception is an integral part of her decision making. Contraceptives have a proven track record of enhancing the health of women and children, preventing unwanted pregnancy and reducing the need for abortion. What are the available contraceptive methods? Join us for answers as we shine our spotlight on contraception with the objective of raising awareness on this very important intervention to enable people make informed choices about their sexual and reproductive health. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Health Options. I am Rabi Abdullah. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Health Options, the program that not only tracks government policies on health, but gives you the right information you need to make informed choices about your health. And our focus is contraception. With me to take us through the topic is Dr. Salma Anas, Director of Family Health Department, Federal Ministry of Health. Glad to have you with us, Doc.
Thank you very much, Rabi.
Let's start on a general note now. Contraception. What is the place of contraception in reproductive health?
It's an integral part of the reproductive package. In fact, we say the whole scope of the family life cycle, the reproductive, maternal, newborn, adolescent, and child health, because it has one impact or the other on the whole life cycle of an individual. So as a woman, so looking at it within the scope, even as a girl child, as an adult, adolescent, and also as a girl, there's a time that you will definitely need to control and manage your fertility, because not only for the positive impact on you as an individual, your health, but also the health of your children that you are bringing to the world, and also the impact on the community and the overall positive impact on socio-economic development.
I think the whole thing around it basically has to do with preventing an unwanted pregnancy. It means you need to be ready.
Yes.
Right? So that gets me thinking. What about young adolescents?
So contraception is for everyone. Everyone that is in need of preventing pregnancy, especially what we call the unwanted pregnancy, pregnancies that are not planned, whether within marriage or outside marriage. So it's for the whole of every woman that is within the reproductive age. But we do know that significant proportion of our married women of reproductive age also are constituted by the adolescent girls. So there should be free access, to information in the first place of the type of contraception you will need for your type, for your style, and that will meet your needs. And also there is need for the commodities to be available and accessible, quality, accessible, and also affordable. Okay. And in most cases it must be free, and this is what the Nigerian government is doing, because most of these women are vulnerable women, especially the adolescent girls. They may not be able to afford it, and there are barriers within communities also that deter them from accessing quality services. So government of Nigeria has made it free in the public health facilities so that women can have access to it also.
What constitutes contraception?
So thank you, Rabi. If I might go back and say, what is even contraception? Exactly. We need to know from there. So as we say, contraception is anything that we use to prevent pregnancy, especially unplanned pregnancy. So be it a woman or a man on both sides, you can take measures, deliberate measures to prevent pregnancy, and you have to use what we call the contraceptive products. So these are products that are readily available, and there are also non-products, natural way of doing it. So we're looking at the natural way, the products that you can have access. There are products that could be in form of oral pills, they could be in form of injectables, they could be in form of what we call intrauterine devices, either hormonal or non-hormonal, and they could also be in terms of, you can use like a diaphragm to cover the cervix so that it does not have access to the sperm to produce. And then you can also use like the condoms. So there are several different methods that can suit individual. And there are also the natural methods, that they are not product. And this can also be on both sides of the male and the female. So on the side of the woman, she can decide also to use the timing of her menstrual cycle.
to determine the timing of her ovulation period. Exactly, every month. So she charts it and then record it, because temperatures fluctuate. She needs to know the right temperature, and with time she will get to know the right temperature that she's ovulating. So these are another way that you can use the calendar, the menstrual cycle, and also the secretion of the cervical also changes. So these are natural methods, even though their efficacy is not as effective as the use of products. So the ovulation period means she has to stay off sexual activity, away totally from sexual activity. In order not to, if she has to use the condom, you know, at another product again. And then on the side of the men also, they use what they call withdrawal methods, which means they don't ejaculate inside the woman, they have to withdraw and ejaculate outside. So these are all natural methods. And then outside that also, there are methods. The ones I mentioned are temporary reversible methods. So the time that you decide to go back to your fertility, you stop. Then there are permanent methods where you decide forever you don't want to. You want to avoid pregnancy. So these ones are also available methods for women that have had adequate number of children and they don't want to go into that business of reproduction again. So options are available to them and also to men. And these are what we call the sterilization. So for women, it's usually the tubal ligation. You know, you cut the tubes or you tie the tubes so that the eggs does not flow or the sperm does not flow and meet the eggs. So these are permanent methods. Some can do it for reasons best known to them, medical indication. Maybe the woman has certain illnesses that she's been advised not to go into a pregnancy again because of her physiology, or some because you have reached the number of children that you want to have. Because without contraception, without intervention, a woman is likely to produce, even if you have 2 years intervention in your life cycle, you can produce more than 30 children without family planning. And then the body the system that you have cannot cope with that mechanism of production of children. So that is why it becomes critical and a way of life of the family to be able to adopt and look at what options fits them most and the best. Okay, for the natural method, did you mention breastfeeding? So yes, thank you for bringing that up. Very important because it's another natural way, and most women use my favorite. Yes, which we call the lactational amenorrhea. So some women, most women also, significantly when they breastfeed, you know, we said breastfeed exclusively and continue up to 2 years. So throughout the period of their breastfeeding, they don't their menstrual cycle does not resume, and if they are lucky also their ovulation does not resume. So that is another form of natural family planning, and a lot of women do it. It is also effective, but also there are very high failure rate because some ovulation resume without the woman even knowing. But in most women, the lactational amenorrhea is another option because as long as she continues to breastfeed, the hormone like the progesterone continue to suppress, you know, a menstrual cycle as well as in some cases the ovulation. Okay. So these are all natural methods that women have option. We also have new products now in the market. You know, so this is what we call the family planning commodities mix. So we have different choices for women and men in the family planning program. The mixed also now we have hormonal intrauterine device. These are hormonal device that you can use, and then they have very less side effects and they can stay for like 3 to 6 years. And then the no plant where you can have like sticks in the upper arm, and then it can also stay like for 5 to 6 years without returning to fertility, and then you can reverse it when you want. Another mixed method that are available also, which is very effective, especially for women that needs to be empowered so that they have control of their fertility. These are available in the market where you self-administer, just like we self-administer insulin by diabetic patients that are insulin dependent. You know, those that are insulin, we are used to it in Nigeria. They inject it anytime and they manage their diabetes status. So this is similar to it, and we call it the dexamethasone acetate self-subcute. So the DMP-CSCA subcute, a woman just injected self-administration under the skin. What part of the body?
She can administer on the upper arm, on the thigh, at any time, just like you administer the insulin. So you see, it doesn't, she has control over it. She doesn't need to go to the health facility. Once the health worker train her on how to do it, she continue to administer it, and it can take a very long time.
What's responsible, in terms of some misconception, regarding the long-term, effects of contraception?
Yeah, so there are lots of misconceptions, there are lots of myths around fertility control, and management. But the efforts that we are putting in, and this is exactly what is tagged this year as the World Breastfeeding Day, is to also create that awareness. Just like what we are observing this year, 26th of September every year is dedicated to observe the World Contraceptive Day. And the purpose is to create awareness, because awareness has been a key area that we are still lagging behind in terms of uptake. Nigeria, we are not where we want to be, but we have made modest progress in the recent years. Since the introduction of the National Family Planning Program by the Federal Government of Nigeria and the Ministry of Health in the early 80s, it was very, very low. Today, our contraceptive, the MCR, that is the modern contraceptive prevalence rate, has continued to grow. In fact, the growth rate is almost at about 3% and above, which shows that we are really making modest progress, even though very slow. If you look at the National Demographic Health Survey that was conducted in 2013 and compared to 2018, you will see there is a modest progress. As of 2018, the modern contraceptive prevalence is about 12%, and the total contraceptive, that is taken all together, including all methods, is almost at 17%. And recently, from recent surveys, we are beginning to see another increase in the contraceptive, almost by about 3% additional to the 12% or 5%. So it's almost at about 17%, and those plus, and also the total is almost 21%. So that shows increment, and that also affects the total fertility in the country. In 2013, it was 5.7%. Then by 2018, the total fertility came down to about 5.3%. And now we are glad to mention also, though we are still planning for the National Demographic Health Survey, but there are other international surveys that are acceptable and endorsed in Nigeria.
So what are they telling?
And they are now telling us that it has even declined to about 4.6%. So which means the uptake of contraception is gradually growing, and it's growing up, and the growth rate is even up to 3%, just like our population growth rate is 3%. So this is really amazing. And another big booster and a catalyst, was the launch by the president himself of the National Population Policy, which is a policy on the management of our population for sustainable development. So that has also boosted, because it has also, he has made commitments, and Nigerians have also made commitment, and we are part of the global commitment on family planning, which is called the 2030 vision. And the idea is for Nigeria to move from this level to improve our family planning uptake to 27% by 2030 and even beyond. And I'm glad and optimistic to note that the way we are growing, it appears Nigeria is going to achieve 27% by 2030.
Okay, so
if today we are saying we are almost around 21% plus.
How would a woman know what is best, or what method is best for her to adopt?
So these are part of the myths that we are dealing with in the health sector, because what we advise women and men as well is that you should know yourself better. What applies to another woman does not apply to you, because you are totally different. And there are various options that you need to look and take your choice based on your own circumstances. There are women that will take oral contraceptive every day of their lives. For some women, it's not possible because of their nature and makeup. There are women that will prefer to go to injectables just for 3 months. There are women that don't even like injections. It's a nightmare for them to ask them to go for injections. So it's a barrier. So there are options. And so we don't say what goes for this particular woman A also applies for B. And this is where the counseling comes in. Our health workers are well trained on counseling skills. And this is where they sit one-on-one with a client, and that is the woman or couples, and advise them and provide all the options and understand also their physiology, their socio-economic status, their level of education, because all matters. Then it helps them to decide what is the best choice for them. Even the self-administration, we are saying not every woman will be able to administer self-injection, but other women is the best option. Some will go for the no plant, where they put the sticks like about 4 or 5, and off they go for another 5 to 6 years and focus on their livelihoods and activities. So we are aggressively enlightening the communities, we are enlightening the families, and then we are involving a wide range of stakeholders in the community leaders, religious leaders.
I was going to ask that because I've attended a lot of fora where such issues had come up. We know some faiths don't even accept that.
We work together, we partner with Islamic religious leaders and also the Christian religious leaders on what does the two religions see, and there are different perspectives. Within Christianity, there are different perspectives. So based on their own affiliation and thinking, we work with them and look at it, what works. And some will tell you that for health benefits, to improve the health of the woman, we can adopt breastfeeding, and also to space the children, because you can't have a woman having children every year. Every 2 years, it becomes a burden. So it affects also the health of the child, the nutrition of the child, leading to malnutrition, leading to deaths, high infant mortality, and also morbidities, that is sickness. The same thing also applies to the mother, plus other siblings. So when we dialogue with them on their own, they come up with a direction on what best fits into their religious thinking. In Islam, there is quotations in the Quran that talks even about breastfeeding up to 2 years, and so you see, family planning is always naturally integrated in it. And then there are a lot of sheikhs and ulamas that have also talked about the use of family planning to improve the health of the mother, to space the children, healthy timing and spacing of pregnancy, and also to improve the well-being of the mother. So one cannot just say one, but I'm glad to mention we've worked with different associations and organizations of the faith base, one of which is the Interfaith, to promote family planning awareness and demand creations. We've engaged with several religious leaders also that are currently promoting, but of course, we need to do more. We need to do more, because family planning, child spacing, is not a new thing. It has been there traditionally. Like some Muslim ulamas will tell you, the withdrawal, it has always been there since the time of the Prophet ﷺ. He has promoted the withdrawal, and some of them will tell you that the Prophet has also promoted that you should have the number of children that you can take care of, in terms of not just nutrition but also moral upbringing. So you see, a lot of them are beginning to have a better understanding. But one of the key misconceptions is that a lot of religions here, they feel it's a foreign agenda. It is not. It is our own agenda, and it has been there even before the step up of family planning, which started just about 60 decades ago. The family planning commodities, but people have traditionally been using family planning methods, which have not been so effective. So the world is dynamic, and medicine is the same thing, and science is the same. So it keeps on evolving and coming up with better way of doing things. So today, and research is still ongoing on how do we make family planning products much easier to administer, more acceptable to both women and men. And Nigerian government started providing family planning free since 2011-2012. The federal government of Nigeria started allocating resources for the procurement of family planning through what we call the basket funding. So other donors support us in the basket funding, and Nigeria continued to commit to that up till today. So now what we are seeing with the impact of the COVID pandemic, which has also affected every aspect of our development, including delivery of quality access to family planning commodities, we are now promoting this more of domestic financing to secure procurement of family planning and delivery of the services. So currently we are promoting state governments at the subnational level to take responsibility, and I'm very happy to say about 10 states in Nigeria have shown that commitment. They've already dedicated funding for procurement of family planning commodities for their citizens in the state. So this is I think it's a progress for Nigeria, and it's part of also the achievement of this administration, taking it to the subnational level and having that ownership so that we can meet also the global commitment, because that is the only way, as I always say. This year's theme, it talks about history. Where are we coming from? It also talks about, the significance. Why are we doing it? And courts. And also some lessons learned to improve awareness. So I'm glad to say Nigeria, we have a lot to show in the last decade, what has happened, especially in the last 4 to 5 years. Despite the COVID pandemic, the dwindling resources, we have sustained commitment to the procurement of family planning. We've even had additional commitment from the subnational government for procurement of family planning through the basket funding, which is being anchored by UNFPA to ensure neutrality. And they also have, because they do it globally for different countries, they also are able to have a subsidized pricing to procure for Nigeria.
So what would you like to say to those other states that are yet to do that?
So what we want to say, they should key in to the project, to the program, and ensure that, because that is the way, it's a key game changer in the saving of lives of women and children, and also national development completely, because there is no way you can have attain universal healthcare coverage, which is what we want to attain in Nigeria, without integrating access to family planning as an integral part of your sexual and reproductive health commodities. And I encourage subnational government that are not doing so. It is like you guaranteed by doing that 30% life saving, because 30% of women that are properly using family planning commodities, it's like you have saved 30% of them. Because once a woman is not exposed to pregnancies, it's almost 0% her chances of dying from pregnancy-related causes and childbirth. So that is a guarantee, and it's a quick win. So you will deal with other issues. And we know scientifically, evidence have shown us from our daily work that exposure to pregnancy is more than 30% cause of death in women. 40% of our adolescent girls that die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth.
On a final note, some people have said contraception kinds of, encourages from promiscuity among young adolescents, unmarried girls, school girls, and all of that. What would you say? What's your
Well, there is nothing, Rabi, and the audience that are listening to us, that will come, and then even immunization, that will not have its own side effects or overblown. But I always say, let us do a cost-benefit analysis of whatever intervention we are doing. What is the benefit versus the non-benefit to the general population? And I can comfortably say that the benefit of use of contraception is far outweighs the benefits of non-use, because most women and girls and adolescents will only use contraceptive when they need to prevent pregnancies. The consequences of unwanted pregnancy far outweighs the consequences of not having access to contraceptive, because one, if a girl is in school, it has destroyed her education and her career in the future, and then the complications of even the deliveries that will be associated with it, and then the implications of having a child that you did not plan for far outweighs not using for contraceptive. So these are areas that are very dicey still in our communities, especially by community leaders and religious. So what we continue to do is to advocate, to create awareness, let them have a better understanding of situation, of how can we collectively work together to save lives. That is the most important.
Yeah, it's about saving lives, and we should not leave any stone unturned when it comes to contraception. It's about the health of our women and children. On that note, I would like to say thank you to you, Dr. Salma, for making our time to join us on this episode of Health Options.
Thank you very much. This is why
where we end this episode of Health Options. A quick reminder that you can go to our YouTube channel to watch the upload of this and other episodes of the program. Email us for your comments and contributions at healthoptions@nta.gov.ng. I am Rabi Abdullah. Thanks for watching. I do hope to see you again.
Is a mustard seed. Then nurture it, water it, grow it into that tree in your rainforest.
And she already starts with a mustard seed.
Social issue in our society.
There are certain things you take that is good for you at the same time, that's a bad side.
Yeah. What is it that you want to leave us with today?
Our reality with Sky, 10:30 a.m. every Monday, and it repeats at 12 midnight.
There's just something about speed and simplicity, but that speed and simplicity can be deceiving when you get behind the wheel. 30-year-old Emily sent this text message to her husband: "I love you and I will try to make you happy." Moments later, Emily was killed when her car slammed into the back of a tractor trailer. 18-year-old Mary was also texting when his car slammed into the back of a truck at 80 miles per hour. His final text was,
"Driving and Facebooking is not safe. Haha."
You probably think that this thing can happen to you. You are not alone. 55% of young adult drivers say that it is easy to text and drive. 3/4 of the same young adults feel that they are really good texting behind the wheels. Reality is, they are all delusional. That quick look at a film takes longer than you think. 5 seconds are really long. Imagine you're driving on the road and someone suddenly covers your face for 5 quick seconds, like this. You will probably feel very lucky if you didn't crash. But you chose to take your sight off the road just like that anytime you're sending or reading a text. Texting and driving is fast becoming the leading cause of teens' death on the road world over, surpassing even drinking and driving. But if you think dying in a car crash is the worst thing that happens to you, I tell you it is not. You can survive after you've killed someone else. Imagine spending the rest of your life knowing you killed someone just because of a text message. Now imagine going to jail just because of text message. Still think it will never happen to you? Still think you're the special one? There are so many that have been found guilty of texting while driving. But you can make a difference, just like so many young people have vowed not to text and drive. Leave your cell phone alone while driving. If you must send a text message, pull off the road into a parking lot or anywhere that is safe. No text is so important that it should cost your life or the life of someone else. You are not different. You are not special. You're just another accident waiting to happen if you do not desist from texting and driving. So, don't text and drive.
This is the network service of the NTA.
is a mustard seed. Then nurture it, water it, grow it into that tree in your rainforest.
We will be highlighting one of the prevalent social issues in our society. That we love and trust, and by people that are strangers. O God, help our children the truth to know. Who has bewitched these ignorant folk? As parents, godparents, and important figures in our children's lives, it is our job and responsibility to help our kids understand and listen to the word. They are a gift from God, and it is our duty to help them recognize why they are so important. Don't allow the devil and the world swallow these gifts, whether they are biological or not. Be on the watch. Let us all embark on this mission of rescuing these young ones. We'll be right back. Welcome to Our Reality with Sky. On today's episode, we'll be talking the boy child, the girl child. The excerpt I just read was written by Mrs. Titi Amabel. It's inspiring, it's empowering, it is thought-provoking. Guess what? She's on the show with us today. Welcome, Madame.
Thank you very much.
What inspired that?
I'm a mother. Each day I wake up, I take a deep breath and thank God for another day. When I consider the gift of my children in my life, I began to see that they all have different signature. They behave differently. It was even easier when they were growing, when they were smaller. Now that they are beginning to make choices in life, we have more problems. When it comes to, I don't want you to do this. I want you to do this. I want you to do that. They say, no, this is how I feel. Mommy, listen to me. Mommy, listen to me. I say, listen to me. But I'm your mother. You should listen to me first. You see, no, there's a way I want to do it. I want to do it. And I say, no, listen to me. When I find out that their voice is getting higher, then I'll calm down.
Right.
And allow them. And after a while, I will invite them.
Right.
I'm a mother. You're my child.
Right.
I'm a mother of 5. I have 4 boys. And my last daughter is 11 now.
Right.
You understand? So, I've been around. And not only that, I've been around touching people's lives, reaching out to people's children. So I know how it hurts for children to just be misled. A lot of people have misled our children. A lot of family fathers are not there. You see, daddies, it's not enough to pay the school fees.
Right. Be there.
Be there. It's not enough to provide the food. Be there. Most parents find it difficult to just, discuss with their children.
Right.
They're not ready to talk with their children. Daddies are not home to really have that family time with their children.
Right.
And children go out there, they long for this relationship. So now you see them bending to, how many I want to visit my friend so I can stay over.
Right.
Just because there's something lacking that they don't have.
Right.
So, mothers, some of them are not there. Talking my hair, what I'm going to wear, my jewelry.
And which party they're going to?
Which party, the latest party, my friend's birthday. Shut up.
Yeah. Shut up.
Shut up and sit up.
Yeah.
Don't allow the world to plunder your vision.
Right.
your old age, your children will be the one to hold your hands. They will lead you to where you never expected. They will determine what you are supposed to eat. Mom, I want to take Lipton or brown. They say no, it's Lipton. Right. Or you take Agbo.
Yes, yes.
So if your love you want to plug them out and the love of them and irresponsibility, you will cry in the day of your old.
Yeah.
So wake up to responsibility. Your parents have loved the value. They want to be there. They want to rebrand.
Right.
They want to repackage.
Right.
And your family is not rebranded. Right. And you're wasting your time. What are you rebranding when your family is in chaos?
Family first.
Excuse me, do you already know where your children are right now? When last did you speak with your son? So we are the first God that the children sees.
Oh.
They believe every statement that comes out of your mouth.
Right. Right. Right.
When you begin to say something else, they say, so they learn from you.
They learn. And this takes us to parents. Wake up. Wake up. Things are getting out of hand. This is insane. It's not enough to pray. Let us apply every correctional skill and measure that can be applied. Behavior and behavioral approaches. When any behavior becomes unacceptable, it can be unlearned. I love that. Behavior is learned, and it can be unlearned by proper discipline and measure.
Yes.
Let's stop the folding of hands and see the womb that gives birth to these people breathing. Oh my God. You write, and you write so beautifully. I'll let you ponder those words. We'll be right back. Welcome, viewers. We're talking the boy child, the girl child. Now, we talk a lot about the girl child. What about the boys? You know, the boys are getting out of hand. What gives?
Even in churches, in social gatherings, anywhere you find yourself, see people keep talking about, even in families, the girl child. You keep imparting the girl child. Be a good wife, a good cook, give a good sex giver.
Yes.
You know, clean the bedroom.
Right.
Cook well. And what
is that how you would do in your husband's house?
Husband.
Right.
The boys' part is left.
Right. Oh. Yeah.
Now we have a lot of a bunch of irresponsible boys on the streets.
Right.
And people take advantage of their ignorance. Because mostly in the family, they don't tutor or train the male child. They give more attention to you don't teach your son how to be a responsible husband, how to be there with the wife, how to provide for homes. Isn't them getting married and still acting money in that? How can you have a son who is married and you're not putting their bills? Your son should be responsible enough to take care of his wife and responsibility.
Nice.
But you don't teach your son how to make money. You just teach them how to be on top of the situation.
Right.
How can you stand on top? How can you stand on top when the foundation is wrong?
Yes.
You will definitely fall.
Right.
And after that, you say the woman want to take over. The woman want to do. The woman is here.
Yeah.
When the man is confused, the woman will take over.
Right.
Anytime you find such trouble in a family, and the man, you don't need to introduce yourself. Because the woman should know that you are the man.
Yeah.
It's not all about money. I keep telling people that this thing is not all about money. You know, I consider marriage or relationship, a good relationship would be like, have you ever seen Coke and Fanta? Please, after that you can go and try it.
Right.
You know, mix up Coke and Fanta in a container.
Okay.
You will see the potency of Coke and the potency of Fanta. Nobody is struggling with one another. They know their space and place.
Really?
Yeah. Fanta, you can see Fanta, you can see the potency of Fanta. You can see Coke at work.
Really?
And it cannot be separated.
Tell me what happens when you mix?
When you mix them, you can never be seen. That will separate Coke and Fanta has not yet been discovered. Nothing can separate it. So it means that what happens to the man also should be happening to the woman. Whatever you're going through, I should be feeling it. Whatever I am going through, my husband should be feeling it. So we'll be able to help our children stand.
Right. Right. So now you said something about the boy child.
Yes.
He's not told what to do, how to be responsible,
how to make money,
and how to make money, and that affects the marriage. That affects even before marriage. That affects. He's just told. You said something about. He's just told to be the head. To be the head. How do you be the head?
Without being equipped.
Yes. Oh yeah.
When you pay their school fees, pay them to school, they come back, no values added.
So what tips do you have? Let's say we have viewers who are watching, young adults or, teenagers or whoever, or even mature men who don't know little things. What tips would you give them to be better men from a woman's standpoint?
A man should not be on his bed by this hour. What time do you wake up? Do you read? When you study and you open yourself to information and knowledge, you expand. Don't be satisfied with the four corners of your mansion.
Right.
Your 2-bedroom flat, your 4-bedroom flat. No, life is more than that. I want to encourage you to come out of the box.
And grow every day.
Grow every day. Come out of the box. There's something happening there. If not, the outside world will swallow you up.
Right.
Life is bigger and wider, more dangerous and also more beautiful than you can ever imagine.
Right.
So choose your lane.
Right. So as children, this boy child, girl child, you said something about your kids tell you, listen, mommy, and then you're taken aback and you said, I'm the mom.
Yeah.
But when they start raising their voices, you calm down.
Calm down.
It means like you are listening.
Yeah.
Or you're hearing them. You're hearing them say, they're agitated at that point when they're raising their voices.
Yeah.
But I hear you also saying that you hear them out because you said something about they know what they want.
Yes.
It might not necessarily be what you want.
Exactly.
And you have to hear them out.
Exactly.
So are parents really listening, talking and listening to their children?
Most parents are not doing that. When my children were young, I don't allow them out. If for any reason my child have the privilege to visit a neighbor, when they come back, I take out time to listen to their conversation because they learn fast. So their conversation and the statement that comes out of their mouth determine whether we allow them to go visit you next time.
Nice.
Yes, because it is easy for them to borrow a strange language than the one that they are used to.
They imitate
fast.
Yeah.
So now, I'm it's good to be friendly, but I don't easily make friends.
Okay.
Because I love my space. Even though I'm open to knowledge, I want information, I want to learn more. But if I visit and there's nothing valuable for me, I don't think I should come back. So I listen to my children to know where are they coming from.
Right.
This heat, this conversation, this thought, this sudden change, is it that it's growing or is diminishing?
Right.
Is there maybe something wrong?
Oh.
Or what is thinking or will add value to him? So I would take out time to ponder on what they say.
So you are listening, you are watching.
I'm watching. I know the contenance of my children.
Right.
I know when they are happy.
All of them.
Yes.
Remind us how many kids you have so that you have
five children. I'm the mother of two, but God took one. I have 3 of my children in waiting. The 4th one is entering 100 level. My last daughter just celebrated her 10th birthday June last year, so she's on her way to 11.
Wow.
And she can speak very well. She's so intelligent because I open them to information. Sometimes I take my sons out. Show me the most beautiful girl here.
Nice. So they can talk to you.
They can talk to me. They're not a tiger. They can talk to me at any time. I'm their regular customer. The number one customer of their life, and it's me.
Love it.
So they can listen to me. Even in their school, they know me specially. I go to attend to them. Once I discover that their note is not complete, I get back to the school. When they mark their school and it's not writing, no. Last week I was in the school for mathematics and I said, no, this is not it, this is not it. And the teacher really, we had a good time and we were able to sort out things.
Yes, I love it because personally with my mom, I can tell her everything. I can tell her anything at any point in time. We would talk about, even when I was coming up, anything. And it actually made me love her. And out of respect and love for her, I behaved myself. Because she let me do what like what you're saying now. Now, for the parents who are listening, are now hearing us, because viewers always come back with questions. In the event that they weren't listening or talking or watching, because you have 5 kids and you know the countenance of every single solitary one, so for those people, those parents who haven't been listening, watching, talking, what should they do?
Please learn to listen to your children.
Yes.
These are your future. The children is your life, your number one investment in your family, your children. Give them the necessary information that they need. Expose them to the right thing. I witnessed a place whereby, a mother was sending the child to go and listen to what is happening somewhere. And a place where people are rioting. Say, come, we'll go and listen and come and talk. You can imagine that. That's a very, very educated woman. Sending her son to go and listen to what is happening in the neighboring listen, so that he can bring report. I dare not send my child to do that. Once there is any trouble outside, lock them in. It's not your business. Learn to mind your business. Teach your children to mind their business. Supervise them. Speak to them. Love them. My children, I told them, in case I'm not there tomorrow, nobody knows. Even though I'm not going to die now. I told my sons, I said, there's this thing called prostate cancer in men. So at this age, start going to the hospital to check. For you girl, this is how I teach them sex education.
So at what age is it right to teach sex education for both genders?
As early as possible.
What do you mean?
Your children have their phones.
Yeah.
And sometimes even on my phone, sometimes I just see 2 naked people making love. What about if I'm not that my child bump into such thing? What would be my explanation? I will tell them this is love making and it is meant for daddy and mommy.
Nice.
It's not for boys. Anybody that touches your private part is your personal property. God gave them to you, and nobody is permitted to touch it. Don't touch me. I told my little girl, you can't touch her. I told my son, if you have a friend, bring them down. They are my friends, so I relate to their girlfriend. I'm not saying the girlfriend that they sleep around with. Sometimes they could be attracted to the opposite sex. You are a boy. Why not girls? No. Sometimes there are some certain information that you need that it only is women that will give to you. There are some men that their wealth is tied to women. Allow them be. Have proper understanding. Don't be too possessive. Say, it's my husband, don't go. If you want to be my husband, say, I feel like going for a weekend, I pack it back and arrange it. Go. If you say I'm coming back tomorrow, I say, stay 2 days extra. What? Stay 2 days extra.
I'm sorry, what?
Stay 2 days extra.
So you're telling me, you're encouraging
you to go out there and have a new environment, come get correct vibes and come back.
Oh my God.
Wow, I pray for you. Father, lead him aright.
Yeah.
Protect him. Guide him.
Oh wow.
Help him. We need help.
I have to ask you though. I have to ask you, and this might be a little touchy, but we're very real on this show.
Very real.
So do you say that out of trust for your husband, or do you say that because you're praying? Honestly, Madam Counselor. Because you're a woman, you know what I mean.
Prayer is the foundation of every good thing. Prayer number 1. My attitude, understanding the place of my husband and his office. I have the understanding of what it does, and I know that it needs space.
Okay.
So I have more knowledge, so I can see the plot.
Nice.
So as a result of that.
I love that. Yeah. So coming back, that was a distraction.
Okay.
When we come back, we'll talk more about the children and what you said about, letting them know that their private parts are private. And I'll tell you a bit of the encounter that I had.
Okay.
We'll be right back, viewers. Stay tuned. Welcome back, viewers. We're on the show with Madame Titi Elavel, and I'm falling in love with her, with every word that she utters. She has pearls of wisdom. She is our mom. She's our guardian. She's our everything. She's a counselor. And before we went on the break, we talked about, molestation. And I'll tell you this. I promise to tell a story. I went on a first date with a guy, and he opened up to me and he said to me that he was molested when he was very young. That wasn't the story. The story was, he said, but my mom did not see it. Do you hear what he's saying? he blamed his mom for not recognizing that something had changed in him. What do you have to say about that? I have my views, but I'd like to hear yours.
That's quite huge. Because I would like to state here that there's no smooth relationship between him and the mother, or the mother is a bit careless.
It speaks to what you said about watching the countenance of your children.
Psychologically, you know that there's something wrong somewhere. Right. The way they talk, their body language, their face, and everything. So you need to look at it.
It was crazy because he kept saying, but my mom, he was not even worried about the molestation or abuse. He kept saying, but my mom, and it was a first date.
But you could have just opened up conversation with the mother.
I honestly feel like at that age, he was young. He was telling me something that happened when he was a kid. He was young. He expected that she would know that there was something wrong, that the countenance had changed, and probe and ask questions.
Are you sick?
Yeah.
Is anything wrong?
Yeah. So it is on the parent to say, what's wrong? What's going on? Talk to me. Talk to me. After all, even in love relationships, when we see that our partner seems a little different, we care. And even if they say, oh, I'm okay, and they pretend and try to we care. Yes. So, yes, we're not blaming the mom, we're not blaming the parents, but we're saying probe, ask more questions, because it's impressive when you say that you talk to your boy children about, is she pretty? You're saying this so that they're comfortable enough.
Yes, to be free, so that they can communicate with me, so they can be free in case there's anybody in their life or there's anybody talking to them. Sometimes there's anybody talking to them, they let me know. Mommy, that's my friend. Really? Bring her, let me see her.
Okay.
So we get in. How are you? Hi. That's mommy. Who's your father?
Right.
Where do you work?
Right.
Where are you from?
Right.
How old are you? What do you do? What's your passion?
Right.
So one of my children are embarrassing me. Mommy, why are you talking to my friend? I said, if anything should happen to your friend here in my house, I'll be arrested.
Right.
So I must know where they're coming from.
Right.
And I need to talk to them first to feel more how intelligent they are.
Oh my God. You are involved as a parent.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. The problem is we're out of time, but not out of content. So would you come back? And you will come back, right? Okay, so because we want to talk more about the boy child and the girl child. We want to know what to do, what not to do. We want to know how to be cognizant of our children. We want to know how to treat them better so that it translates to a better society. It starts from the family, right? Yes. So what do you have for us to say goodbye?
Well, it's a privilege talking to the world right now. I'm quite privileged to be here to have this opportunity to speak out. And I want to encourage every parent to please have some respect for their children. I'm not going to bow to them. Respect them, make them your friends. These are your family. First and first, they are your first investment. There's nothing that if you go out there looking for the world, you come back home and meet your trouble. If your bed is not properly made, you will not like it. Make sure you are in good time with your children, communicate with them, allow them to express themselves. Stop lying to them. Don't gossip in their presence. Stop making love in their presence. Stop kissing your husband too much in their presence. Let them know why and when.
Nice. For the children out there, talk to your parents. They are there for you and not against you. Whatever will not pull you up is wrong. That's our show. Goodbye. act of making something more beautiful by adding ornaments to it is also known as decoration. Today, so many men and women hardly do without decorating their events. They choose the colors and the quality of materials befitting such an event. Invited guests and groups that grace the occasion normally come in their numbers with different attires conforming to the recommended colors. This practice is an indicator of cooperation and solidarity during ceremonies and festive period. The purpose of wearing the dress can be to serve as self-identification with age mates, relations or friends during social occasions such as weddings, funerals or parties. The word Asho in Yoruba means cloth and Ebi denotes family. So Ashobi can be described as a family cloth usually worn during parties or family ceremonies or occasions. However, others call it anko, and many adopt the white man model, which is uniform.
When it first started, it was just the headgear. All the members wearing the same color. Gradually, today, they have moved down even to the dress and the handbag to match, and even shoes.
The question then is, how do we practice in our own locality in Benue State?
Because of our association with the outside world, our people are bringing it and introducing it now in Benue State.
They use it in order to make their events colorful. Almost all the tea traditional marriages, you see them making black and white ashobi. So for the Idomas, it's red and black. Then the Igede is blue and black on their traditional marriages, and even on their white weddings, they use black and white.
How do you feel when your event is accentuated with different colorful attires?
So much excited because I will know that at least I have a group. I will people that have identified with me on my day.
I will be so excited, so joyous inside me. I will know that yes, to me, so everybody will know that yes, this is he belongs to them, so it makes you happy.
What happens if the guests come with attires whose colors do not correspond with those recommended?
It is not as if it is a must that you must wear ashobi. It's not for everybody. So if the chief celebrant sees somebody who is not into that attire, why will he or she not welcome the person?
There are factors that will make people to support in that way. Some people that they don't have the money to afford the material. So it could be that they don't like wearing same clothes with so many people.
Inasmuch as decoration is aesthetic to an event, people whose attires do not conform with the color of the day should be free to partake in the merry-making or identify with others wearing the same uniform. After all, the essence of attending any party is just to celebrate with others and have a nice time. So, next time you're going out for that occasion, the choice is yours. Stay with the crowd or have your own unique identity.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News Mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report.
Which restrained the union from further action. A statement from the Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Chris Ngige, said a new directive by ASU exhorting its members to continue with the action is unwarranted lawlessness, noting that the federal government is strongly frowning at this. Ngige accused the leadership of the union of misinforming and misleading its members and warned of consequences of any contempt of the court order. He said that the union is dishonest and misleading its members and the general public, that it has filed an appeal as well as a stay of execution of the order of the National Industrial Court on September 21, though it has done nothing like this. Rather, ASU only filed an application for permission to appeal the court order. It also attached to the application a proposed notice of appeal, which it intends to file if the leave to appeal is granted. The application for the stay of execution is one of this moment has not even been listed for hearing from. The statement also denied reports that the minister walked out of the meeting between the House of Representatives and ASU last Thursday, saying the minister left the meeting to attend other pressing matters with the permission of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Bajabiamila. Kaduna State Governor Nasir Ahmed El-Rufai has condemned the extrajudicial killings of two headers in Benin Gwari for alleged involvement in banditry. The state governor asks people to avoid taking actions capable of breaching peace and security in the area. However, the governor has appealed to the families of the victims to remain calm and directed security agencies to conduct thorough investigation to fish out the perpetrators. Elsewhere, Nigeria has expressed deep concern for the recent yet another coup against military government of Paul Henry Damiba last Friday in Burkina Faso. In a statement by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Nigerian described the latest coup as unfortunate and a setback as well, in view of success in the planned transition to civilian administration in July 2024. The federal government therefore said it is fully in support of the ECOWAS and African Union on their decision for the newly unconstitutional government in Burkina Faso to revert to the earlier transition plan to democratic rule in that country. And that concludes the news update at this hour. Join us later by 1 for more updates. And Comfort Amadu.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome. This is Property and Style, your one-stop shop on everything real estate. It is your #1 housing program on television. It is coming to you from the network service of the NTA. My name is Patience Eloy Abba. I am delighted you have joined us on today's episode of our program.
NTA Properties Investment Company Limited, a subsidiary of the Nigerian Television Authority, specializes in creating comfort in all areas of life, such as real estate investments, that is, land, houses, and office spaces, mass leasing, savings and loan scheme, and so much more. Other information and entertainment services include Property and Style, a TV program that airs on the network service of the NTA. and also Property Connect, a nationwide magazine. Our priority is to bridge poverty gaps and sustain quality welfare of our clients. Partner with us and watch us help you grow. Do also visit today at the NTA headquarters permanent site, Area 11 Garki, Abuja, or our Lagos office at number 15 Awolowo Road, Ikoyi, Lagos. For more information, visit our website on www.ntaproperties.com. Get help at your doorstep.
Welcome back. Today on the show, we're taking a look at architectural design. We all know that for any building, every building begins with a design that's put down by the architect. But that design is always inspired by the desire of the client. Architecture as a practice has evolved over the years. We'll be taking a look at it. And so, it is one thing to build a beautiful building and edifice a facility, but how do you manage it? So, we'll be taking a look at facility management. We'll bring that to you and a whole lot more. Once again, it is Property and Style, your one-stop shop on everything real estate. Don't go away.
Question of the day.
From the Petronas Twin Towers, standing at 117 meters above ground, in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, to the amazing Burj Khalifa in Dubai, also the world-famous Chrysler Building in New York City, down to the National Theatre in Igamu, Lagos, to mention but a few. What all these buildings have in common is design. Over the years, buildings and structures have become tourist attraction and monuments and have a significant place in the socio-economic life of its location. According to the definition as defined by Architects Registration Council of Nigeria, caption A19, Acts, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, architecture means the art and science in theory and practice of design, erection, commissioning, maintenance and management, and coordination of all allied professional inputs thereto, buildings or parts thereof, and the layout and master plan of such buildings or group of buildings forming a comprehensive institution, establishment or neighborhood, as well as any other organized space enclosed or opened required for human and other activities. An architectural or building design is therefore defined as the art and science of designing buildings and non-building structures represented in a drawing format. From the above definition, it is clear that the existence of any structure is first of all established in a design format, and as such enables the builders or engineers carry out a more excellent work. It is therefore safe to say that the beauty and elegance of any building structure is duly credited to the creativity of the architectural design. Some of these designs can come in form of a ship, a car, an aircraft, and just about any concept one could think of. The urbanization of any community or environment is largely attributed to the aesthetics of the building structures found in that area. Some add to the rise in the value of properties around that environment, hence the term gentrification.
In order to learn more and understand the processes involved in designing a house, Property and Style visited a renowned architect. Architect Ibrahim Abdullahi Haruna has designed and handled so many successful projects in and around Nigeria. Let's meet our guest.
My name is Ibrahim Abdullahi Haruna. Like you know, an architect. Hail from Kano City. Had my early education in Ghana and Zaria. Then I started with the civil service, the Kano State Ministry of Works and Housing, and resigned in 1980 as the chief architect of Kano State. My inspiration in those days was to to do something and see the result of what I have done physically. Initially, I was thinking I could achieve that through mechanical engineering. So my first choice in the university was mechanical engineering. Second choice was architecture for admission. But before admission, I met somebody who was reading mechanical engineering in American University. He congratulated me for making my higher school certificate, and he asked me what was I going to do in the university. I said to him, mechanical engineering first choice, architecture second choice. So he was excited. He said, why did you choose mechanical engineering? Well, how did you come about mechanical? I said, my interest in life is what I want to see myself doing is when I finish, when I graduate from the sound of an engine, I should be able to see whether that engine is healthy or not. If it is not healthy, what is wrong with it? Or what will be done to put it right? That was my perception as a young man. He said, honestly, you won't do that if you read a degree in mechanical engineering. He said, you will do that only when you go to a polytechnic. But in the university, it's more of the theory of engineering. And I was disappointed when he said to me, even their lecturers do take their cars to roadside mechanics. So I said, surely this is not what I want to do. He said, you would have done, I said, what about architecture? He said, yeah, architecture from level 2, from part 2, part 3, you may be able to design a small building and see it built. So I said, that is it. So I quickly wrote the university and said, I want to change. And that time it was no big deal, and I was able to swap to architecture. Any successful design is a product of the architect and the client. It has never been a one-man show. Because the architect starts with a brief from the client. Brief in the sense, what does the client want? Or what is the objective of the project itself? What is it supposed to do? Base. So you get all that information from the client, who will tell you what you want and things like that. If a client tells you he wants 15 bedrooms, so you have to start thinking. If he has the family to occupy 15 bedrooms, what will be the fate of the house when everybody marries out? Is it going to be another ghost structure? Or is it going to be converted into another bed and breakfast like most of the Lord's houses in London? You have to look ahead of the client's thinking to come up with what we call the schedules of requirements. That is the list of things that the design should provide. Truly, design is one thing you can never force. So clever architects, when they start and when they get stuck, they drop it, they leave it. But an architect is always having with him a sketchbook and a pencil. Anytime an idea comes to you, you quickly put it down before it sublimes. You'll be keeping the project in the office, but you'll be carrying part of it in your brain. And that is what the computer cannot do. And that's why people who think computer has taken over architecture, I think they don't know what architecture is all about. Computer is just a drafting thing. The brain of the architect is what matters.
Are you a landlord, a tenant, or an agent? Are you a real estate developer or interested in housing investments? then this is the right platform designed specially for you to promote your business and services. To learn more about property investments, tune in on this station every Monday at 11 a.m. If you've got questions, we have answers. For further inquiries, please call us 080-6641-7900. Or you can send us an email at propertyandstyle@gmail.com or visit our website at www.ntaproperties.com.ng. Property and Style, the future is now.
Facility management or facilities management is a professional management discipline focused upon the efficient and effective delivery of support services for the organizations that it serves. The International Standard Organization defines facility management as the organizational function which integrates people, place, and process within the built environment with the purpose of improving the quality of life of people and the productivity of the core business. In Nigeria, the practice of facility management is fast on the rise, but mostly with big organizations and a few government facilities. The question is, could the visible dilapidated state of most facilities be as a result of non-engagement of professional facility managers to manage such facilities? Property and Style had a chat with a real estate development and management company to find out more on facility management.
Facility management basically is putting into place those facilities that makes up the estates. The running of the estate, the coming together of a body, of a facility management team to ensure that the services that makes up the estate is being properly run in terms of electricity, water, security, refuse collection and disposal, drainages, cleaning and maintenances, and any other thing that has to do with making the property or residents in the estate live quietly and peacefully as a well-gated community. So that is basically what facility management entails. The contribution of the off-takers or the residents is basically the services are for them. Whatever service the facility manager is providing is for the residents in the estate. So the contribution is that normally they are expected to pay what they call service charge. In other ways you can call it estate management fee. So that is what they are expected to pay, and that is what is being used on in the estate. Facility management is one of the most difficult jobs you can think of doing, because when you interact with people, different kinds of people, house owners, residents, and the rest of them. Basically, most of the people who live in the estates are not house owners. You can find maybe less than 20% of the real house owners living in the estate, and then maybe around 70 to 80% of them are tenants. So it's not always easy to coordinate them in keeping with the rules of the estate. In terms of maybe one of the challenges you can face is getting people to get standard refuse bin for proper disposal of refuse. You can find out that not every resident still have that. So it's not always easy managing people, but then as facility managers, it is our job to continue to dialogue, negotiate, and sometimes enforce estate rules to ensure that proper compliance is being done. There is a course, a school which you have to acquire, like a management school. Estate management is also a course in school. But in this way we see lawyers and some other different coming into estate management business. But for you to effectively manage an estate, it sometimes doesn't just boil down to you having that educational qualification. You need to have a proper public relationship with people you're managing. You need to have the experience. You need to have the zeal, the will to do the job, because one of the basic things that is required in every job is determination. You need to have the determination. Sometimes you meet very annoying people, but as the job entails, public relation is one of the key things you need to imbibe in estate management. But like the question, let me not go from the question. Facility management is a course you need to study, and then when you are a facility manager, the job becomes much easier, because in it you already know the basics of what facility management is all about. Lawyers should refrain themselves from property management, except where during litigation they can come in during litigation. Normally when you manage an estate, this infrastructure maintenances are supposed to be built into the cost of the service charge, so that you as a facility manager will know what the scope of work you are expected to do at the end of every year. Road maintenance or construction, you know, is not just kind of job. It's not a cheap job. It's a capital intensive job that you need real cash to do that. So I believe in estate management, aside the management fee, which is the service charge, there should be an infrastructure fee which every developer should take from the off-takers. Aside the cost of selling the house, there should be a set aside infrastructure fee, and that infrastructure fee in being collected is what is expected to be used in developing the infrastructure of the estate. That is transformers, electricity, water, road, drainages, and thereabouts. So these are things that when you do them properly, you won't run into the challenges of having dilapidated infrastructures.
Flower is the part of a plant that is often brightly colored. It usually lasts a short time, and from which the seed or fruit develop. Examples of such include the lily, holly, jasmine, poppy, rose, amongst others. Flowers bring natural beauty to all living spaces by creating texture and balance. A room can be transformed into an environment that comforts and welcomes. Ornamental plants can be used in the home to beautify the surroundings. A large tropical plant in a living room or flowers placed in a vase in a room provides a pop of culture and helps soften harsh lines from furniture and architectural designs. There are a lot of flowers that release pleasant fragrances that appeal to the sense of smell in addition to their visual appeal. Lavender and roses are well known for their pleasant smells. Some flowers are beneficial at repelling outdoor pests such as ants, mosquitoes, flies, amongst others. An example of this flower is the citronella plant. Flowers or plants play a vital role in our homes. It takes in the carbon dioxide as food and releases oxygen, acting as natural air filters. This is very helpful in our homes, schools, offices, and in the hospitals, especially places where air circulation is limited compared to outdoors, because it helps us to relax and focus, leading to increased productivity, creativity, idea generation, and problem-solving capabilities. The healthier and fresher a plant or flower is, the more effective it is at removing harmful toxins in the house.
Remittances.
Thank you for staying with us. We've come to the end of today's episode of Property and Style. And like I always say, honestly, I cannot emphasize it. The need for us to do business with a professional. I mean, it's all win when you work with a professional. Until coming away next week, God bless you, God bless us, God Almighty bless Nigeria. Goodbye.
NTA, you can't beat the rich. The struggle for independence had been a long and tough one. Our founding fathers and compatriots sacrificed their comfort and even shed their blood. We cannot at this point in history afford to spirit away their sacrifices for immediate but temporary gains of today. Let us emphasize what unites and not what divides us. Working for the unity of purpose with a stronger vision for a better tomorrow. NTA, growing with the nation.
No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one, let's live together. Let's fighting each other, let us live as one. It doesn't matter where you come from, you're fighting for religion, man, woman or child. It doesn't matter who you are, Nigerian first. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one, let's live together. How can we develop? We're always in crisis. Families have long refugees in young people. No matter all differences, show some understanding. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's be together.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Visual Impressions on NTA. I am Umar Mohammed. Impasto came into existence in the 17th century when painters such as Rembrandt, Franz Hals and Diego Velázquez used it skillfully and minutely to work impastos to depict lines and wrinkled skins, or the sparkle of elaborately crafted armor and rich jewelry. But today, a lot of artists and painters are craftily using it to work on their paintings. One of such artists is Ajene. His painting has a depth feel which makes it look three-dimensional. Please, let's all take a look. Ajene Isegbe, a multidimensional visual artist who studied sculpture at the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Upon his graduation in 1984, he went into full-time studio practice and has been actively painting till date. He has also been commissioned for several works of art within and outside the shores of Nigeria. He has participated in a number of exhibitions. He recently held his first solo exhibition at Third Pyramid Art Center with the theme Time and Chant, with over 80 pieces of sculptures, paintings and drawings.
Dene has really undergone a lot of metamorphosis from a sculptor to a multi-dimensional artist, where he has proven himself that he's a living legend. His portraits are very unique, partially created with a particular technique called impasto, which he has used effectively in his portraits because of his sculptural background. He has this way of loading paints into his painting, so it's an impasto technique. And also, he has been able to use primary colors effectively, absolutely. And with his cobelineal forms, he has been able to interpret some of his paintings very, very well.
This is about protection of children and defense of child social life, child abuse. If you look at the rules that figures are carried, they are bigger than the size of the human figures in the composition. And this is, again, a reflection of what we term as child abuse. And then the figures of the symbol of legal skill and all the symbol are for the defense of child's rights. Understand? So I try to use this painting to discourage, over-laboring and underage child. That is what this painting is all about. It is the thing, even the child is not showing because of fears of torture. You can see that they are all weeping. These are tears, they are not sweat. So it's an expression of pains and bitterness that children go through when they over-labor them. That is what I have expressed in this painting. And this painting I got quite some time, 2015. So I've been preserving it for a day like this, that it should be showcased for the public. This sculpture here is an expression of the feelings of the Chibok girls' mothers. You can see the weeping face. See this curve here represent the valley of the cultural costume of the people around that area. And then the eye looking downward is feeling so shy about the circumstances that she was exposed to from the experience of some of those girls who were virgin and taken away prematurely into unknown destinations. So the database is like an assault to women, giving title to themes of art. We try to be as versatile as possible. Let the title represent an interpretation of every individual who comes across a piece of art. I call this history judgment because with the morality of the judgment and the government explanation to people concerning the Chibok experience is very unsatisfactory to a lot of people. So this one now is not particularly a judge in the court per se,
but it's a judgment of the conscience. That's what it represents. I wish to see the expression of his face is wearing the wig representing the law. The wig here represents the law. The frowning on the face is a decision that he has taken against his wish. That's why it is titled Christian Judgment.
The usage of the line to make statements marvelous. And I'm so happy for him. Because all we want to try to do is to pass the message. And that's what that is. The art that comes from the inner mind is different from the art of having somebody to put and draw. For me, I don't look at those things as being creative. Because already the original person is being made by God. But like this your creativity, what comes to the mind, your thoughts, and the presentation of itself, the rendition is what God was doing.
It's an expression of love. It is a direct opposition. When we see people coming together in embrace like this, it portrays either a reconciliation or an expression of love or unity. And it is reflective of what is every good-hearted desire to have the world united. So there is something that the Kepler is depending on. I experimented. If you look at the surface of this painting, it has some kind of textures, and there is a kind of material that unifies all the colors, even though the colors are appearing faintly behind a very common brownish effect. It is to unify these colors in line with the theme of the painting. So the painting is simply unity, love, and togetherness.
When I was a child, I've been watching him draw, make sculptures, mold, and all of that. And he actually has a passion for it. And we've really been waiting for this day when he will do his solo exhibition. And I think most of his artworks are missing, so we're like, okay, pick a day and do this before they buy them all. Because when I say missing, I mean they've been bought. Yeah, so yeah, we've been waiting for a day like this when he would showcase his work.
Husband and wife, first experience. All of them are looking up to expectations of what will come out of what the experience of the pregnant wife. You know, what is special about this work to me as an artist is the method of execution of the work. I did not use brush, I used palette to give it some sculptural effect, to give it a motif, to give it a relief, and to give emphasis to the effect of the work.
The theme of the exhibition says time and chance. Well, I'm a Christian and I believe so much in time because the Bible says for everything under the sun there's a time and season. Time to cry, time to unite, time to fight, time to eat, time to sleep, time to live, time to die. So they have done a very great job here and I'm really impressed.
This painting here is about way out. This is the queen, and that is the king. All the figures these compositions are entertainments, creating amusement and entertainment to adore the royalty. So it takes careful observation to see the activities of the figures that are using expressing this composition. So it is all about the adoration of the palace lights, the adoration of the king and the queen, entertaining them, creating amusement for them so that they should be able to have peace, happiness all the time to look after their kingdom. Mr. General worked the whole way. The work is fantastic. You know, this work can meet any international exhibition.
We made a compilation of 3 renowned artists in diaspora who have raised the bar of creativity by expressing their diverse experiences of culture and identity in their works. The trio are Yinka Shonibare, Osaranti Ehosa Henry, and Kaide Wiley. Please enjoy. Yinka Shonibare is a British-Nigerian artist living in the United Kingdom. His works explores cultural identity, colonialism, and post-colonialism with the contemporary context of globalization. Because he has a physical disability that paralyzes one side of his body, Shonibare uses assistants to make works under his direction, operating himself as a conceptual artist. The hallmark of his art is the brightly colored Ankara fabric he uses.
I make my work is that I start from sketches, or I also start from research. If there are issues I'm particularly concerned about, then look for ways of representing those. But then the actual making of them, I have a studio in which I work with different craftspeople. When I was at college here, you know, I had a lot of interest in international politics, and I basically was making work at that time about what was going on in Russia at Perestroika. And one of my teachers said, but you're of African origin, aren't you? Why aren't you producing authentic African art? And it was actually at that point I started to use the fabric in my work, because I felt that the story of the fabric is very interesting.
Osaranti Ehosa Henry is a multiple award-winning artist who was born in Edo State. He trained at the famous art school, Auchi Polytechnic, Edo State. His sense of creativity never diminished in his chosen creative path as he continued to practice his craft. He won Life in My City art competition in 2013, and he was also the winner of the Spanish painting competition in 2011. Osaranti Ehosa Henry has been practicing as a painter and sculptor. His technique captures the actual appearance of his subjects, composed into a space in a visually arresting manner. He relocated to the United States, where he has had 2 solo exhibitions to his credit and a number of group exhibitions.
When I'm painting, I feel so much alive. I feel as if I'm at the top of the world, because art is my life. It's my tradition. Apart from painting on canvas, I usually go into painting on wall, both interior and exterior. When I'm not painting, I listen to music or I go outside for sightseeing to gather references. I get my inspiration from my day-to-day life that I normally come across and experience in my locality.
Kehinde Wiley, a New York-based visual artist who is better known for his highly naturalistic paintings of African Americans, is of Yoruba descent through his father, and his mother is an African American. He has firmly situated himself within art history's portrait painting traditions. He was the first black artist to paint an official portrait of the US president. He was commissioned by the Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery to paint a portrait of former President Barack Obama in 2017. His work engages the science and techniques of the heroic, powerful, majestic, and is sublime in his representations of urban, black and brown men found throughout the world. In 2018, Kehinde was included in Time magazine's 100 most influential people in the world.
Artists are people who occupy different spaces, and I think a lot of us, not only artists, but people of color, know what it means to code switch. Being able to occupy multiple spaces, in a way, exemplifies where America is. The conflicting twin narratives that can be at once appalling and beguiling exist in all of us, and I think that's part of what my work is about.
What I was always struck by whenever I saw his portraits was the degree to which they challenged our conventional views of power and privilege.
Historically, portraiture has always been about saying yes to things that we want to celebrate. A society saying, who are the people that we collectively want to honor? And particularly with a presidential portrait, this is the highest aspect of that tradition. And it's been an extraordinary honor to be able to participate.
My name is Jonas Vaslaustein. I'm the co-owner of Nordic Hotels in Nigeria. I would like to endorse Visual Impressions. I think you should keep watching it. It's a fantastic program. Cheers to that.
The sudden outbreak of the coronavirus, which has transformed into a worldwide pandemic, posing as a serious threat to human life and the core essence of Nigeria as a nation. There was an exhibition which was recently held at Greenhouse Art Gallery with the theme United in Pandemic and United as a Nation. The purpose of the exhibition was to highlight the artistic version of expressions in the fight against the coronavirus pandemic by beautiful strokes of brush and canvas.
Were predicting how the pandemic would hit us. They predicted doom, but then you see, we're able to gather here together. If it was a doom case, we will not be here together, right? Great. Also, united as a nation, Nigeria has spent 60 years, all of us together, despite the ongoing protests, people talking about ending SARS and all of that, people lamenting about the government. We see that we're still moving as a nation and we're doing good.
Painting titled Make a Move. You can see a young boy with a basket full of tomato, he doesn't move out to this actual sports, hustle, or look for any other business. We just stay. If you are in one place, people will not recognize you.
This painting is titled Focus because there's a determination for it. Basically, what inspired me about the painting was I was having some issues before now with painting itself. Painting a real face, I was doing more of abstract. As you can see, I use this blue, a Chinese painting that is called the Blue Woman. That was the first face with the same title, Focus. So I've stayed focused for long. Let me put it into reality. This thing I've been dreaming about, let me bring it out to the world. That's how come about the painting itself.
In the painting, you can see a 1,000 notes, a face, and different hands. It all means the problem we are facing right now. Our youth, everybody are after money. The way and the level of pursuing money in Nigeria is out of hand. We commit so many crimes, evils, just to make money. And the worst part of it, our parents don't ask questions how we make that money. We all celebrate people who are rich. If you go to social media, they celebrate evil instead of good. People will tell you, don't work hard, you should work smart. Does that mean in the next generation there is nothing like education? Since we don't work hard, we just come out of school, you join Yahoo or join all sorts of evil just to make money. So now, like the old saying that says in church, the money is the root of all evil. We are the people that create money. So how do we allow that small tiny paper to rule over us?
The works here are very interesting, very colorful. There's actually, I haven't seen any work that I can connect with. I can connect virtually every work, but this one actually stands out because it's very vibrant, and the title as well, Fear of the Unknown. That's actually how the world is now today with the pandemic, in relation to the theme of the exhibition, Fear of the Unknown. So it's a very remarkable exhibition, very interesting works, real conversational art pieces, and the ambience as well is very relaxing, very homely, and it's an exhibition that I would like more people to come and see.
But I saw one just at the entrance as we're coming in, and it was like the root of a tree that has been cut. And now the interesting thing wasn't that the tree was cut. The tree jumped out at whoever is looking at this, and it had a little shoot coming out. And I see that and I think, okay, this could be likened to Nigeria. Whatever has happened to us, there's always that ray of hope somewhere that there could always be a new beginning. There's hope for a better future. And when I saw that little shoot, you can miss it if you're looking at the painting, because you're looking at the roots that has been cut and the roots really looking at you, shooting out at you. So you may miss that little growth at the tip of that tree. And I thought it was absolutely amazing.
Collector is not even an artist by specialization, but out of interest and her love for art, she decided to go into this, which is wonderful, which is great, and I'm happy as an artist to see a non-artist in this regard.
So my mom has a civil service background and feels that you must be employable. They are not of the school of thought that one can employ themselves, but you can't blame them. That generation, a lot of them were public servants, right? So she always be like, who is going to employ you? Nobody. How can you study finance in school? Where would they employ you? Nobody. No. And so my mom feeling quantity surveying for me, and that's when I went ahead to study in school.
When they go with the idea that they want to study art, the parents will say, are you mad? We are talking of law, we are talking of anything to do with medical, doctors, we want medical, we want engineers, and you are talking of art, forgetting that without art you can't even read other subjects. So when you read art, you are opened and you can do better, you can see better. The artist is everywhere.
You can see the creativity of the work that has been done. It's just ingenious, some of the materials that they have used to put some of this artwork together. It's really great, and we should encourage them. There's a lot to do, and all you have to do is allow your mind to roam around, create something. Some of the materials that have been created here, they are created from scratch. They're unique. I'm Haja Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed. I watch visual impressions, and I urge everyone to keep watching visual impressions. Very nice program.
Those artists have effectively communicated to us aesthetically and purposefully too. I hope you enjoyed every bit of our outing today. So keep a date with us next week on the same station and at the same time. I am Omar Mohammed, and I'm going to say bye for now.
My name is Biko. And I'm Mana. And together we are Biko's Mana.
What is up, everyone? My name is Ricky Smith, and I am the writer and producer of the Sesame Street Friends theme song.
Hey, it's time to play. We're glad you came because we love to share.
It's been so cool working with Biko and Mana on this project. They've been incredibly professional, and obviously they are so talented. We could not have found better people to sing this song.
Hey, it's time to play. We're glad you came because we love to share. We can laugh and sing, do brand new things, with new friends everywhere. Let's have some fun with everyone, because we love to learn together, making your friends better instead of history friends.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification.
Federal government advises the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, to cease taking laws into its hands by directing its members to continue with the 8-month-old strike. Presidential enabling business converged in Abuja to map out ways to strengthen the taxation system in Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us. This is Panorama and Ruth Aguele. Welcome.
Thank you.
Remember, this news is being streamed live on our website. It's nta.ng/live, and all other of our social media handles displayed on the screen right now. Let's begin by telling you that the federal government has advised the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, to cease taking laws into its hands by directing its members to continue with the 8-month-old strike in defiance of the interlocutory injunction by the National Industrial Court, which restrained the union from further action. In a statement, the Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Chris Ngige, said a new directive by ASU exhorting its members to continue with action is an unwarranted lawlessness, noting that the federal government strongly frowns at this. Ngige accused the leadership of the union of misinforming and misleading its members and warned of consequences of contempt of court order. He said the union is misleading its members and the general public, that it has filed an appeal as well as a stay of execution of the order of National Industrial Court on September 21st, 2022. He added, and I quote, "Rather, ASU only filed an application for permission to appeal the order. It also attached to the application a proposed notice of appeal, which it intends to file if the leave of appeal is granted. The application for a stay of execution as of this moment has not even been listed for hearing. Where then is ASU coming from?" End of quote. The statement also denied reports that the minister walked out on the meeting between the House of Representatives and ASU last Thursday, 29th September 2022. It said the minister left the meeting to attend to other pressing matters with the permission of the Speaker of the House of Representatives after making his presentation. Nigeria has expressed deep concern for the recent yet another coup against military government of Paul Henry Damiba last Friday in Burkina Faso. In a statement by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Nigeria described the latest coup as unfortunate and a setback in view of success in the planned transition to civilian administration in July 2024. The federal government therefore said it is fully in support of the ECOWAS and African Union on their decision for the newly unconstitutional government in Burkina Faso to revert to the earlier transition plan to democratic rule in that country. In other news, ECOWAS Parliament at a seminar in Lomé is advocating early mechanisms to forestall likely interruptions of democratic processes and constitutional order as Nigeria, Sierra Leone and Liberia prepare for national elections.
Recurrent breach of constitutional order through military coup is regaining currency in the West African sub-region. This trend is gathering momentum amidst the COVID crisis, climate change, conflicts, and dwindling economic fortunes in the region. At our seminar with the theme, Application of the Power of the Parliament in Light of the Restructuring of the ECOWAS Commission in Lomé, the capital city of Togo, members of the ECOWAS Parliament want countries to domesticate parliamentary decisions to promote regional growth and security.
But in the case of the Parliament, the ECOWAS Parliament, resolutions have not been in any way presented before the National Assembly in any form. If you pass resolutions and you just communicate to member state and there's no enforcing mechanism in place, I think there's something that is missing.
The power that we have with us, have we used those powers judiciously?
Direct elections are relevant, they're important. Managing our own budget is important, it's relevant. But let us use the powers we have for now, then it will be easier for us to ask for more.
The aim is for Parliament to remain sensitive to the challenges confronting regional integration, especially those brought upon West Africa by the global economic crisis and internal conflicts.
Talk about peace and security, talking about economic growth, talking about the rest of the things that improve the life of the ordinary people. So I think our coordination will bring much more desired result to the sub-region.
They see the upcoming democratic transition in some member states as opportunity to promote accountability in governance.
And also,
every access to power must be made through free, fair, and transparent elections. In so doing, we are hopeful that all mechanisms will be worked out to allow the people to freely express their will through their votes and their voices be heard through a free press.
The seminar is expected to move Parliament to seek greater competence to play its full role in the discharge of political and diplomatic duties. On NTA, Fine Face, NTA News.
In line with its non-kinetic operations, the Nigerian Army has constructed and donated a motorized borehole to Rinze community of Akwanga local government area in Nasarawa state to increase access to potable water supply. The Friends correspondent Ismail Musa reports.
It's a dream come true for the people of Rinze in Akwanga West Development Area of Nasarawa State. A solar-powered industrial water borehole equipped with 20 kVA generator provided by the Nigerian Army is to increase access to water supply and improve sanitation.
We've been longing to have this, and thank God today we have this drinking water, potable drinking water for our community.
Kudos to them, we appreciate them, and great. Yes, we are enjoying what they are doing.
The gesture is meant to foster civil-military relations in the community that lacks access to some social amenities.
This community, through the leadership of Akwanga West Development Area, sought for assistance from the Nigerian Army for the provision of potable water.
This way for cordial relationship necessitated with immediate response to the request by the committee to realize the dreams of the conception and completion of this water project as part of corporate social responsibility in communities where we conduct military operations like Nasarawa State.
The project is aimed at boosting confidence of host community in relation to army operations in the areas. From Akwanga in Nasarawa State, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
The Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Diagnostic Treatment Rehabilitation and Research Center project is set to commence in Abuja. The project, initiated by Defense and Police Officers' Wives Association, the POA, is to provide trauma support to soldiers and police officers impacted by war and conflicts. A statement by the POA President, Mrs. Vicky Amuli Irabo, the foundation stone laying of the project will be performed by the First Lady of Nigeria, Mrs. Aisha Buhari, and will be accompanied by Liberian Vice President Durrell Taylor and other leaders. Still in the spirit of the independence anniversary for Nigeria, like other countries of the world, Nigeria has several symbols created at varying moments in the historical life of the country. The national flag is one of such symbols, which was adopted during Nigeria's independence in 1960. Charity James in this report seeks to find out what people know about this symbol and its significance to the country.
The national symbol is an object, sign, or emblem belonging to the nation, often characterized by federal integration and a state of colonial independence. Like other countries of the world, Nigeria has several symbols created at different moments in her history, with many of symbols depicting Nigeria's sovereignty and other meanings. How many Nigerians are aware of their country's symbols?
We have the coat of arms, we have the national flag, and we have our national anthem.
Our flag is our symbol. It represents Nigeria. The green stands for agriculture, and the white is for peace.
National flag, we have green, white, and green.
The Nigerian coat of arms, the Nigerian currency, the Nigerian flag. One important symbol of Nigeria is the national flag designed by Michael Taiwo Akinkunmi in 1959, first adopted and officially hoisted as Nigeria's symbol on 1st October 1960 when Nigeria attained independence. Today, the Nigerian flag, usually hoisted in front of private and public buildings among others, has 3 vertical bands of green, white, green, which is significant to the Nigeria in various ways.
it's a symbol of our strength. It's a symbol that Nigeria is a fertile land, a land blessed with abundant natural and human resources.
Authority shows the love, it shows the standing of Nigeria anywhere in the world.
So I see Nigerian flag, it reminds me of what we call national consciousness.
At many occasions, this symbol of Nigeria's sovereignty has been treated with disrespect, and analysts say the mutilation of the national flag is inimical to the prestige and pride of the country.
So if their perception is different, they would know how to treat the national flag. The way you view a thing determines how you respond to that thing.
Flag is, you have to check on it and you have to change it from time to time. No particular flag will stand forever.
Maintain it and know that that is your identity.
We need to add value to this, and as we add value to this, others will also respect it.
Some concerned Nigerians are, however, calling that clean Nigerian flags with the appropriate dimensions be hoisted as a pride of the Nigerian nation, while Nigerians obey the country's call to loyalty at all times. In Uyo, Charity James, NTA News.
As part of efforts to grow the Nigerian economy and make it enviable, the presidential enabling business alongside some notable Nigerians converged in Abuja to map out ways to strengthen the taxation system in Nigeria. Ominka Amarachukwu reports.
Dr. Jumoke Obuwale, special advisor to the president on ease of doing business, is using the 62nd independent anniversary to intimate Nigerians on the activities of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council.
You have the corrupt tax official or tax agent trying to extort and trying to divert money from government account to their private account. You also see that people don't know when they're supposed to pay or what they're supposed to pay. So information is key. People don't know how easy it is to pay, that you can pay online, and people don't know which arms of government collect what. Sometimes when you're new in business, you don't know what state government collects, you don't know what federal government collects or local government. So those are all the elements that we're trying to put in.
Citizens would understand their responsibility. There's nothing in life that it's a give and take. You expect something, you also have a responsibility. So together as citizens, we have a responsibility to this country, just as those who are in power. So as Yorubas say, it takes two hands to make the hands clean.
The event, which commemorates the nation's anniversary, is a reminder for Nigerians to be more productive. In Abuja, Ominka Amarachukwu, NTA News.
Well, in 62 years, you agree with me that Nigeria has grown its volume of import and export by removing major obstacles to boosting the economy, as seen in the case of Apapa, where there are constant initiatives aimed at eliminating impediments to the flow of business transactions. Michael Lale examines some of these interventions in Apapa, especially in the area of traffic gridlock.
Far back in 1880, the Lagos port has earned the appellation of the Liverpool of Africa. This is not just because of its dominance in maritime trade in the region, but majorly because it is the shortest route to the international waters. With increase in the volume of trade comes congestion in yard occupancy, thereby speeding of traffic within the Apapa corridor, which was further compounded by the poor state of roads then. Apart from reducing government's revenue from the corridor by 6 trillion naira in 2019, according to the organized private sector, Nigeria started losing its volume of cargoes to neighboring West African countries.
There's a syndicate making money from this problem, and until government gets to the root of it, nothing is going to work in Apapa.
The zeal to change the tide has remained consistent, with the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari inaugurating various interventions. The first step was the constitution of a presidential task force team headed by Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo. The Federal Safety Corps on its part constituted a minimum safety standards for articulated vehicles plying the road.
If we have the minimal standard coming in, then we don't expect frequent breakdown of trucks
trucks either within the port or along the corridor. So that will definitely ease congestion within the port.
With the passing of the day comes new ideas on how best to free the ports for legitimate trade, which one of the strategies identified by the Nigerian Ports Authority is making the corridor inaccessible for trucks and individuals without genuine businesses. This led to the removal of shanties and putting in place of an electronic collar system known as ITO.
We will keep automating that, we will keep tweaking the system until we get it perfect. We are likely to, create a second app. It's just to create competition and also give people alternative.
While all of these are yielding results with businesses having a new lease of life, the federal government followed up with the setting up of the Free the Port Access Rules initiative, and the end is justifying the means by the testimonies.
Now they do not allow any vehicle to park. No congestion, no delay, no anything. Everywhere is free. We are all happy about it.
Now you can boast of loading a container in a day or in 24 hours and the goods is at the warehouse.
The team has successfully opened up their Papa Trade corridor, while efforts are ongoing to ease Tinkan Island Port. In Lagos, Michael Olaleye, NTA News.
Well, let's go on a break. We're back shortly. Please stay tuned.
The more, the best and most efficient way to avoid getting infected is through regular hygienic and sanitary practices as well as social distancing. As individuals, we remain the greatest weapon to fight this pandemic. By washing our hands regularly with clean water and soap, disinfecting frequently used surfaces in areas, cutting into a tube or elbow, and strictly adhering to infection prevention control measures in health facilities, we can contain this virus.
Coronavirus is real. Steps to avoid this pandemic. Wash your hands regularly or sanitize your hands. Keep social and physical distancing. Avoid crowded places. Stay at home unless absolutely necessary. Don't touch your eyes, nose or mouth if your hands are not clean. Avoid the spread of coronavirus. Coronavirus is real. Thanks for staying tuned. The Kaduna State Governor Nasiru Ahmed El-Rufai has condemned extrajudicial killings of two headers in Birnin for alleged involvement in banditry. The state governor asked people to avoid taking actions capable of breaching peace and security in the area. However, the governor has appealed to the families of the victims to remain calm and directed security agencies to conduct thorough investigation to fish out the perpetrators. If you have plans to travel along the Lokoja-Abuja highway anytime soon, well, you may need to tighten your seatbelt for what lies ahead, as flooding in several communities along that route is creating heavy traffic logjam and delays we hear. Incidentally, while the increase in the water level is wreaking havoc on impacted communities, with victims counting their losses, maritime workers and boat operators appear to be smiling to the bank. Francis Odojo reports on the many ironies of flooding in Kogi State and how it is clearly a story of different strokes for different folks.
In recent times has been on the news, especially on the impact of flooding, with Lokoja, the Kogi State capital, being the epicenter. From Kogi Kotonkarifi to Lokoja, Basa, Ajokota, down to Ofo, Igalamela, Odolu, Omala, Ida and Ibaji local government areas of Kogi State. The story is the same as flood victims continue to count their losses. Lokoja, the Kogi state capital, like any other riverine community, is a case of a town underwater with massive devastation believed to be larger than 2012 disaster. Yet, the water level is still on the rise, spreading deeper into the hinterlands, submerging and destroying valuables on its path. The popular Kwata market in Lokoja has been flooded, forcing traders to display their goods on the major highway cut off by the flood.
This one is far higher than 2012.
For the maritime workers and boat operators, flood has provided an avenue for brisk business.
I'm charged 200, 400 with this jacket. And before, if I'm using keke, highest with 200 to and fro.
Before, it's 600. Only one person. Now, it don't be something of each one person be 1,000 now. Nobody did it again. Why? Water don't destroy that place.
Kodonkarifi, end of Lokoja Abuja highway, is now spared as water from River Niger has overflown the road, nearing the Murtala Muhammad Bridge, thereby creating heavy traffic.
I come out for Urumi, they appear sleep for Makalachi. When they come and say, Kodonkarifi, don't block. I say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. We have no any of.
We are here more than 2 hours now. We feel bad because we have targeted the time that by 3 o'clock or 2 we get to Kaduna.
Water has overflown the major road linking the south to the north. The situation has affected free flow of movement, resulting to gridlock, leaving travelers stranded while security operatives tries to manage the situation. I have here with me Special Marshal Ruben Obo.
The situation here has been very terrible. The whole road is blocked. If not for the effort of the special marshal, the regular marshal, and good spirited individuals who are traveling, there would have been nobody to move here again. The contractors speed up this work, then we wouldn't have this challenge. We also advise the commuters, road users, to be patient with one another.
Meanwhile, as victims solicit for government assistance, they are more concerned about what the future holds and what authority should do to forestall the impact of flooding. In Lokoja, Francis Udojo, NTA News.
Alright, let's take sports update.
Former world number 1 Yera Wellington has emerged the winner of the Abuja National Open Scrabble Tournament, which was concluded on Sunday. Wellington clocked 12 wins with a +477 score margin to win the tourney ahead of Emmanuel Umojoshai and Ezinore George, who got 10 wins and +515 and 546 cumulative scores respectively. In the intermediate category, Besta Ati won 13 games with a cumulative score margin of 903 to finish winner, while Azu Ogbogu won the veteran category.
I'm happy to have been to spearhead the group that is going to the African Championship, and I can promise Nigerians that we will give our best and hopefully come back with the trophy. Those who currently choose to represent us in Zambia have also proven that they were well chosen because 7 of them came tops in the Masters category.
In golf, Babajide Ashebo is relishing his victory as overall winner from a field of over 400 golfers who competed in the Independence Day tournament at the IBB International Golf and Country Club, Abuja. The handicap 26 player grossed 88 for a net of 62, becoming the first winner of the green jacket as he was decorated by Chief of Defense Staff General Lucky Rabo as prizes were presented to other outstanding winners in different categories.
I guess the spirit of my sister, was over me yesterday when I was playing. I was reading the greens very well, making putts. Just a good game.
We can work with our differences and get it right.
Manchester City produced a historic 6-3 hammering of local rivals Manchester United at the Etihad Sunday afternoon, making it the highest scoring Manchester derby of all time. Both Erling Haaland and Phil Foden helped themselves to hat-tricks on a memorable day for the host. Leeds United maintained their unbeaten home record against Aston Villa with a goalless draw. And finally, Kenyan Amos Kipruto won his first London Marathon title on Sunday as Ethiopia's Yalams of Yerwalau stomped the victory in the women's race. Kipruto made a move with 5 kilometers left and finished in 2 hours, 4 minutes and 39 seconds to take his first marathon title. With sports update, Bade Adeleye, NTA News.
That's Panorama. Thank you very much for your time. And Ruth Aguele. Bye.